And here we are. We are live, and we are here to have that wonderful little conversation today about the dark consequences of sorcery. The title might not be the best of titles for those of you that are going to join us retrospectively. Hello and welcome. We have a fascinating discussion today. I think it's a sort of a continuation from last week's discussion about the differences between the high magic and natural magic. And I'm also going to go into the more practical interface side of it and the practical reality and the dangers. And, you know, there are serious psychological situations that can occur as well as others. So before we get cranking, let's start introducing the team, the crew. I'm going to introduce people in the order that everybody arrived. First person here was Silas. Silas is a wonderful researcher, an occultist, an occult researcher, a thinker, a philosopher, and very much switched on into various different aspects of the occult philosophies and the way in which they are manifesting in the world. And a lovely brother, hailing from Scotland. Yeah, man. And we've got dear indie brother here, Indie Sage. He's hailing from the Americas. He's also very much embedded into the occult spiritual arts and the philosophy and the psychology behind it. He's actually a shadow worker is his sort of main thing that he does. And he works with helping people integrate their repressed and suppressed parts of their personas and bring their ego into check, balance. He is also embedded within anthropology and various different forms of occult psychology and spiritual philosophy and practice, and very much embedded within the shamanic side of the spiritual tradition, which is very much interfaced with nature. And I suppose probably the most sort of personal of paths that there is, really, you know, taking a deep dive into our organic connection with the earth. So yeah, please do, Silas and Indy, please do say a few words about yourself. Silas is a writer, by the way. He's just releasing another book, and he's released a couple of really powerful books, and he's got a podcast. You'll be able to find the recommendations of where to find the podcast in the suggested podcasts. So just take a look right at the front page where the home tab is and go scroll to the bottom, and you'll be able to find Indy Sage as well. I hope Indy's adding more podcasts to his. Indy's got some wonderful research he's done as well. Please, brothers, do say a few words about yourselves and welcome. It's an honor to be here with you guys.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here, and yeah, as you've said, it's going to be a fascinating discussion. And yeah, I've released a couple of new videos on my YouTube channel. One delving into the golden age of Saturn and how that ties in with politics and geopolitics, and it's quite interesting as well. So this will be a fascinating discussion. Yeah,
absolutely. That sounds fascinating. I'll have to look into that. The golden age of Saturn sounds very interesting to me. And yeah, I've been involved in researching a lot of different things involving sorcery, magic, shamanism. Shadow work is something that I practice and that I share the gifts that I received from it with others, and it's been very helpful for me to be able to become whole again and integrate my lost, splintered self that was a shadow. And now that I've gone through that transformation, I'm able to see things in a new light. And when I used to be in denial and egoism, it was easier to point fingers and blame other people for my issues. But now that I've been able to find my lost self inside, my inner child was now integrated with my full being, and I can now look at others that would normally trigger me, and I can step back and take a deep breath instead of emotionally reacting and think to myself, I was about to be triggered. I have room for healing here, but do these people seek guidance? Maybe I can offer it to them as well. And so it's turned my life from night to day. And after having gone through the dark night of the soul, it was all worth the journey. So it'll be great to deep dive today into some of the stuff we didn't get to last week about some of the consequences of sorcery and high magic. When you're trying to, instead of let the will of the divine be done, you're trying to let thy will be done. And so that can have disastrous consequences, as many know. One of which might be the idea that what thou dost comes back to thee times 3, the Wiccan proverb. What you put out into the world comes back to you, which I would say is distinctly different than karma. Eastern karma has been misinterpreted as consequences, guilt, and punishment. But I believe that there's a strong distinction between those two, although either one of them can have great insight.
I like that you've ventured out into karma to begin with. And I agree with you. I think it's been sort of looked at as a vindication or a vindication from the spirit, when actually it's more like just patterns, habits. We get stuck in patterns and habits, and some habits are really crappy habits to be stuck in. And like, it's like I said to my little boy, caught him like telling a little fib the other day. I said to him, you better watch out. What'll happen is you'll start fibbing more and more. You do it once. Before you know it, you do it twice, 3 times. Before you know it, it's a pattern. Before you know it, there are consequences from fibbing, because very often when you lie, there will be consequences. People will stop trusting you. People will start losing respect for you. And before you know it, people will start resenting you when you speak, because they'll think you're lying. And so this is exactly how karma works. You know, you make choices in life, and if you make the wrong choices in a pattern, you get stuck in a pattern. And now it's really hard to get stuck. I mean, if you get in a good pattern, like I wake up in the morning, watch sunrise, climb the mountain, that's my pattern. And that's the kind of pattern you want, right? You want that pattern because you want to have that interaction with nature, and to have something to look forward to in the morning. You wake up to go, oh, sunrise. There's a reason to get out of bed. It's not like, oh, I got to get out of bed. It's like, oh, I wonder what the sunrise is going to look like this morning. So in the same way that we can generate a healthy pattern, we can generate disastrous patterns, which is often what we do in alcohol abuse, drug abuse, psychological consequences, and of course all the other nasties that come from life as a result of misuse of free will are typically a result of negative patterns. So I think that's a good place to start.
I think the idea of sin as well has been, of course, like what you're stating, conflated with karma. And I think originally, if you look at the Greek word for sin, amartia, which is basically just a missing of the mark. Of course, if you're, I don't know, shooting an arrow or from a bow or a crossbow, if you miss the mark, you merely just reload it again and you hit it again. So it's a sort of a cyclical pattern of, again, you break down that shadow, or you face the pride vis-a-vis the consequence of that pride, which is the shadow, and then you overcome it. If you don't overcome it, then you just simply try and try again. But it's the same, of course, like what you were saying with lying. If you do anything terribly, you have to do, to hide a lie, you have to tell 1,000 lies in its place. So it's a sort of it's a continual cycle if you don't break it.
Exactly. Like you start digging a hole and you get yourself trapped in it. So let's see what the write-up was. I often do these write-ups and then I think to myself, what did I write in the write-up? So just to clear that up, let's take a look. So we're going to be looking at like all different aspects of occult and spiritual practices: summoning, sigil magic, casting of spells, ceremonial activations, which is high magics, of course, construction of amulets, trance-mediumship, telepathy, reading of the omens and other forms of geomancy or cartomancy, elemental magics, golem-construction, and even meditation or shadow work. These all require some level of safety protocols in order to bring a healthy sense of equilibrium to the user. And, you know, when it comes to the spiritual powers and the associated gifts, these are obviously going to present unique challenges and dangers that the grounded and focused student is going to have to find a way to transcend and to navigate through this proverbial minefield so that we can find a steady, safe progress towards what we can call the completion of the great work. And when I say the completion of the great work, I'm not speaking necessarily in terms of the way it is typically understood in modern contexts by sort of the dark brotherhood, but the great work traditionally used to be that union of the 3 aspects of the self towards a state of equanimity, harmony, and integrity. Integrity being the keystone, the fundamental planting seed that brings about the unity of consciousness that can take us into a higher domain of perception and awareness, where we can transcend the limitations of the flesh and start to embrace the more spiritual aspects of the human condition. This was obviously inspired by a recent conversation in a group where somebody was talking to me about summoning specifically. And it sort of got the hairs on my neck raised a little, because I started to have my own memories, thinking, like, damn, I've burnt my fingers a couple of times here and there. Namaste and welcome to all of you. We've got Legito Records and we've got Big Gaz. I hope you guys are rocking and rolling and styling and smiling and listening to that beautiful black bunny doing flick flacks and flack flicks and upside downs. Yes, Petunia, I'm speaking to you, sweetheart. Little face looked at me. She's got these big eyes. She's pitch black. So yeah, I think, this is going to be a great discussion, and something that was touched on already, insinuation wise, by Indy, was the differences between what I'm going to term evocation and invocation. Two different things. And in the Vedic consideration, we can speak of it in terms of yoga. Yog is how it's pronounced. In the West, we call it yoga. So yog, which is the yoking of the bull, which is the forward progression of will towards an entrainment of a desired outcome that is in alignment with the specs that have been carefully studied, so that we know what we expect, what we desire, and where we wish to end up. And the other one is the tantric path, which is that, and the yogic path is a lot to do with contraction. So we are contracting towards a goal. We are setting a series of contracts in desire that will take us to the point where we wish to arrive at. Tantra has more to do with tan, meaning to bring to you, to complete, to add in, to embrace. So Tantra is the opposite path. Yoga is very exclusive. Get all the crap out of the way. That's the goal. That's where I want to get to. That's the focus. Tantra is like, let's bring everything together so that the goal emerges, because the goal is already present. So the feminine path versus the masculine path. And you were mentioning that, like, we tend to have this very goal-oriented perception, and it's the way we operate in the world. It's the way we've been taught in schools. It's the way we understand life. But there is also something profound to be found in the feminine path, although I would say that it could arguably be more dangerous for the Western consciousness, because one has to be quite in tune with one's emotions. So for those people with more emotional dispositions, it's probably easier and healthier for them. For those people that more intellectually and rationally inspired, the yogic or the invocational path might be better. But the evocation is sort of like opening the box. Pandora's box. You just open it and what comes out, and you ride the wave. And so it's two different paths, but they amount to the same reality, because the one is embracing all things and adding all towards everything, and the other one is excluding all things. But they both take you to a certain sense of detachment, which is interesting. And I think this is where the dangers come in. I think it's probably the first point to look at, the danger of detachment. What do you guys think about that as a very real danger? Detachment from our local communities, detachment from our families, detachment from our friends, detachment from the ideals that we grew up with, detachment from the values and the ethics and the the constructional aspects of our psyches that have kept us safe. Christian values, for example. I'm not big on the religious side of things, but the values that we grow up with are sort of like a radar that keeps us on track. Don't lie, don't steal, don't cheat, don't do this. What do you guys think about the detachment element?
I think that's a very dangerous element. And what happens when you detach from all these different things that are here to integrate with, you end up isolating yourself. And everyone knows that through self-isolation, loneliness can be very, very burdensome if one doesn't enjoy solitude. Now, some people are fully versed in solitude and are kind of loners and enjoy doing things in their own space and can be passionate about those things. That can be very beneficial for the individual, but their social life can be somewhat compromised by this kind of isolation into solitude as well. So being a life number 7, I'm actually drawn towards solitude, and it can lead to my dismay. It can lead to total isolation. And I've been trying to always find the resonating groups that I can find in my community that I can integrate with, because a lot of times when I try to integrate with the old circles I was in before my shadow work and go out to like the bar or something, it can lead to like a lot of trouble and drama and stuff. So I've been able to shift my attachments and still stay integrated as much as I can. But right now, I noticed that having a significant other can also really limit social involvement. And so I've kind of had somewhat of that going on, and I haven't been able to get out dancing like I want to. We tried to go out last week, and since we're not able to go out to the usual place we used to go, there was a spot. I thought it was Greenville, but it was actually Greensboro, and I got it mixed up in my head, but it was about 4 hours away, so we never ended up making it. But I'm dying to get out and get more attached to my nightlife crew. But it's really important to not be detached from these things that are mentioned, because when we detach from these things that are here to help us have someone to talk to, have a place to be able to share and speak with others, it's really important. In my community, they have a place now called Seek Healing, which is a free place where you can go down and talk to somebody, have group counseling. They do a course on listening. And I've been able to become a part of that community. It's been really helpful for me to be able to have some place to go and sit in there and relax and have somebody to talk to. Unfortunately, I've been kicked out of a lot of the cafes here because I don't know. People just think I'm like awkward or something. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is. I've been kicked out of most places in town, and I don't even drink. So it doesn't make sense to me.
Could it be that your guardian angel doesn't want you hanging out in dingy places where there's negative energy?
Probably. I
And
tend
maybe
to that aren't right for me.
maybe the girls are looking at you and the guys are like getting jealous and they say, that guy. And they're all saying, that guy's bad news. Because their girlfriends can't stop looking at that guy across the bar like, who's this guy? Oh. I mean, it's gotten you into trouble in the past, hasn't it?
It has. It has. That's probably a big part of it. Well, that stuff goes over my head. I'm kind of, I've always been somewhat of a loner. And so like talking to girls has always been really awkward for me. I feel like guys that have strong emotional intelligence have a better ability to be able to communicate with women. Mine's somewhat limited, and so I feel like I'm like pure masculine. I don't have enough like feminine within me to be able to like relate with them. So it's really hard for me. I feel like I want to tell them like and be honest to them, but you're supposed to play a game and lie to them. It's just not nature. It's not natural for me. I can't do it.
Welcome, dear Cosmic. Most of you probably know Cosmic. Cosmic is, and I always introduce him as the modern day John D, because he doesn't use a crystal ball though. So we'll have to get Cosmic a crystal ball.
I
So
do
he
have
can,
a
like,
crystal
live up.
ball, actually.
Oh,
I have
cool.
one.
I have a selenite ball.
You just have to start using it.
Yeah. I used to use it, but then I got to a certain point where I was like, oh, I don't really need it anymore. Like when I first started out, before I did all the face stuff, I did use the crystal ball for scrying and got results with it. But I guess I've kind of found a different method, I guess.
Well, dear Cosmic has got a connection with the Fae. He's had a connection with it for a long time. He's channeling a language, which is essentially a reflection of cosmogenesis and a cosmological outlook, the structure of the universe, the world, as it relates to the consciousness field, manifestation of matter, and all the different layers between. And he's been working hard with the Fae, channeling an entire system of magic, if you will, possibly for the last few years now. Very dedicated. So it's an honor to have you, dear Cosmic. And
Yeah, it's an
thank
honor
you
to
for
be
joining us. Lovely, brother.
Welcome, guys.
And yeah. So I love what you were saying, brother, about fitting into social spaces. I think that's very interesting. Would it be fair? What do you guys think? Would it be fair to say that most people that are drawn to the occult have some kind of a social dysfunction. Now, that's those are big words, but what do you think?
I think there's definitely some truth to that for sure. I can definitely agree. Yeah. Go on.
What do you think, Silas?
Or the society has a dysfunction, because this idea that that which is within is found without, that which is seen in the macrocosm is also present in the microcosm. So in essence, perhaps our almost autonomous or involuntary pull towards the occult or towards just spirituality in general is perhaps due to an absence of that in society. And I think as well, a lot of occultists or alchemists, or whatever term we want to use, they're drawn to the sort of hermit lifestyle, or just the hermit archetype. Of course, that is the end. Well, it's one of the end states of, I guess, the spiritual journey, that you do become, in a way, detached from the world or society in general, just because you're not necessarily on that same mundane level as the majority, or perhaps what you speak of is beyond the vast majority of individuals as well. So there's a certain detachment there, but everything in the cosmos it's a sort of mirrored growth. So, and it's a mirrored decay as well. So I think perhaps we are almost responding. The way that we are is a response to the society, and of course, perhaps the way that the society is a response to the amalgamation of the people itself. I mean, who knows? Or just the cycles themselves, which seem to be ever changing. Yet we can never alter them. Or in the long term, we can't alter them. So I think it might be something to do with that.
I think both of those ideas can be true at the same time. I think that both, you can see that people, because I think there are like good people who get into the occult who actually do have these kind of, spiritual visions. And I can see too how like society can be sick. But I've also noticed that there's kind of an unfortunate reality is I think a lot of narcissistic people are also drawn to the occult due to its draw of power and control, and not necessarily for like insight or, losing one's ego. Like, it's amazing that there's so many people. I think one of the things what I have a gripe with the non-dualist community is that there's a very fine and blurry line between we are God and I am God. And I think a lot of people, they can kind of, use that we are God thing just to kind of like signal out to everybody. But they really think they're God. It's like, they'll be like, oh yeah, you're God too, and you're God, and you're also God, but secretly thinking, but I'm the real God, you guys. I'm the actual one. I'm just saying that so I'm saying that, I think that there's a bit of both truth to that. I think that there are people who are sort of like they're different, but it's definitely somebody that is kind of not average, I would say. Well, maybe not, it's not, maybe like faulted or flawed is not the right word, but somebody who has a thinking pattern that seems to go outside of the normal boundaries of, what regular people do. But I think because, the dark consequences of sorcery, since this is the topic, I think that's actually kind of relevant, this idea that I think there's a lot of narcissistic and self-absorbed people who get into magic and the occult. And I think on Reddit or like the occult community, they call it magicitis, where you like, it's kind of like a syndrome where some people, they just get like really dogmatic. Because the thing is, what's interesting, you hear about these atheists complaining about religion, and because if you really think about it, with any cult, it's not the belief in the supernatural aspects that make cults dangerous. It's the fact that you can't question the ideas is what makes it dangerous. That's what makes it problematic. That's what makes it violent, is not having that openness to, the uncertain and the mysterious. I think some people, they don't get into magic and the occult to deepen the mysteries. They just want everything explained, with no uncertainty or ambiguity whatsoever. And whenever people seem to do that, that's when they seem the most insane. Whereas I think, the proper, the way I approach the occult is to always have a sense of the mysterious and the sense of the, the unknown. And I find it kind of ironic that a lot of people think that realizing you're God is, the thing that kills your ego. And ironically, my practice and what I believe is that there is a self, and that you can't really know all the infinite contents of the universe. You'll never solve all the mysteries. And that, honestly, ironically, even though it endorses the self, seems far more destructive to the ego and far more humbling than believing, you're God. This is kind of what I've been thinking about lately. But I went off a tangent there. But yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
I think they all. Do please continue.
Oh no, I was just going to say really quickly. Yeah, I think narcissists can be drawn to this. Absolutely, these fields of study, and of course, if we even look back at perhaps again, this is just logically speaking from inference, how religions came to be. It's all based around that idea of, like what you were stating, that causal determinism, and of course even language itself, the meanings and the concepts we provide to certain things, even to call death, right, the greatest of all unknowns, right, to humankind, ultimately it is a way to try and control it, because of course words have power. This is what spells are, right, when we spell things out. And all of those other magical notions that go around. The dictionary is but a grimoire, if you will, a tome of words of power over concepts, so we can encapsulate them, not encapsulate them in their full totality, but encapsulate them in a way that explains it to us. And it's like what you're saying. If you try to narrow the confines, the boundless confines of the mysteries down to, for example, like what we do with words, right? You narrow the concept down to a general constellate idea, right? A general sort of gist. You lose all of the sort of context that surrounds it. And in a way, this is so we can gain power over it. So the narcissist views these truths, these mysteries, as a way to power, as opposed to a way to God. And even the idea of God, there's two distinct definitions, really, because in the mind of the narcissist or the power monger, God is the all-encompassing source of power over the material. But to, for example, us, it would merely just be the first principle. So when we say we're all God, we're merely stating that we are but fragments of this, primordial singularity, in which contained all things in a sort of nothingness, but not nothingness in the sense of, it's valueless, but nothingness in the sense of it's immaterial, or it's beyond both materiality and immateriality. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can never know these mysteries, absolutely. And perhaps that's where the darkness stems from, because when people open up their unconscious, which is fundamentally what you have to do to engage in magic, I guess, anything can be conjured in there. And if you don't have a full understanding of, what really to expect from the process, if you expect power, for example, then you're going to the shadows you're going to bring forth from your unconscious, conjure from them. It's going to, destroy you. It's going to possess you, colonize you, if you don't have the will to stop it.
I think that's really beautifully put, and so much to extract and distill from what you said, and so valuable and fundamental. I think, to the very nature, on the core of it. Getting back to the original sort of where we started 5 minutes ago, because we're starting to rabbit hole it, which is great, lovely. thinking about the social context, I look at it from myself, right? When I was in high school, I was selected to be the public speaker in my school. And like, you would look at me and think, oh, this guy's got no problems with social, because I was an extrovert. I was like an extreme extrovert. And I could easily stand up and speak to, 500 or 700 students, and I didn't care. But it was simply that I didn't care what they thought. Well, I was like an alpha male in my school, so like no one could say or do anything. That's where I was coming from. Like you guys are in this school with me. So it was very ego based. I was very egotistical as a boy, and I still have to work through that sometimes these days. But I've become more timid in my gray hairs, Santa Claus hairs. But I used to have serious problems with emotional intimacy. And it was why I was in so many different social groups. Like, I couldn't really speak on a one-to-one so easily. Small talk, I didn't know how to do small talk. I didn't get it. Like, when you meet people, you got to do small talk. I was like, what's this small talk nonsense? Why are we talking about the weather? I learned to do this when I got older, just realizing, oh, damn, this little old lady needs me. Let me make her feel comfortable and ask her, like, how her flowers are today, in her garden, because she's obviously looks like somebody who loves flowers. And, to get people to feel comfortable around you. I just think that maybe I was a little bit of a sociopath, if I'm honest. And I think it's easy for us to sort of follow that path to a certain extent. Like, I became so self-absorbed that I didn't really care what anybody else thought. I think it's healthy not to care what other people think on the face value of things, because you don't want to be, impeded. But so for me, I had a sort of a social retraction, even though I was very extrovert, and it was very weird for me. I felt more comfortable speaking to a group of people than I did speaking to one person. So if there were like 4 of us, I felt like I was in my element, because I didn't have to expose. And that was because when I was a child, I crossed over. So I had to learn to live with heavy ESP, and I got badly treated for it. Got very badly treated. And I think this is really what it comes down to. I think that as children, like mine was pronounced. I mean, like the adults, I wasn't allowed to play with other children. It was called the devil's child. People used to cross the road when they saw me coming. It was that bad. And I didn't know that what I was saying was a problem to people. Like, oh, you're going to die. Like, there's the date of your death. It's going to be in a car. It's going to be, this is what's going to happen. And then they die. Now I'm the one who's cursed that person to death, in a Christian community. People didn't get that. So I think often what happens is children that are maybe more gifted get treated a little bit differently. Maybe by their parents. Maybe their parents keep telling them that's nonsense. Maybe their parents try and protect them. Go, oh, this is a bit weird. Okay, you can't go telling other people that you've got imaginary friends. I don't know. What do you guys think about the whole story of imaginary friends? Like, how many children have imaginary friends, and how are they dissuaded from having imaginary friends? How are children taught that their imagination isn't real? It's just in your mind.
Well, I think for me, I think it's not necessarily, I think the parents are part of it, but I think also part of the reason that we let go of the imagination as a kid is, I think, when we're exposed to the darker sides of the imagination, horror, ghosts, demons, there's a need and a desire. Because I remember being a kid and watching the old Scooby-Doo cartoons, and it always comforted when Thelma or whatever would say, oh, there's no such thing as ghosts. And there was a comfort in that, because like, oh my God, ghosts are so terrifying. And it's all, thank God they're not real, So I think there's also that angle when it comes to the supernatural, that a lot of people, because you think about when the supernatural is portrayed in movies, more often than not, it's usually in a horror context. It's like whenever they're talking about like like Ouija, it's always, dark and sinister. And I think by portraying magic and the supernatural as dark and sinister, it then kind of incentivizes people to want to be skeptical of it, not just because, our parents tell us it's nonsense, but, especially, if you grow up Christian too, if you get told, you're going to hell for all eternity, that sometimes people are so terrified by that possibility that they're comforted by the idea that there is no afterlife. And I think maybe part of the problem too is that we're not really exposed to a more positive side of magic and the occult. Like, take my practice, for example. Like, I work with entities that, most people would say probably exist where, in the outer extra dimensional spaces where all the HP Lovecraft entities meet up. And every time in like video games or movies, when they talk about worlds that are, dimensions that are beyond this one, it's always portrayed in this kind of like this dark, evil, sinister. But, when I work with the Fae, their world is very beautiful. And these beings are very loving and kind to me. And people don't see that. It's like they don't see that they're in that mystery of the universe, that there's darkness, there's horrors, there's Lovecraftian monstrosities out in the deep black voids of what the Fae call the Othiuzathol Lethabotho, which is the black void plane. But there's also a lot of beauty sort of beyond reality. And there's a lot of love and deeper wisdom that can be found in these outer spaces. So I think that, what we're talking about, like, at least from my experience, I think because maybe I grew up having a more kind of a negative perception of the supernatural, that incentivized me to be skeptical of it. But I think it's also peer pressure too, especially if you're the kind of person who wants to appear intellectual and smart to other people. And that's kind of like, that's what fulfills your ego. And it's like, I want to be smart. I don't want to be one of these, dummies that believes in witchcraft and get laughed at and ridiculed, because that was the thing. I got bullied too. So then it's like, I'm already bullied for this one thing. I don't want to be bullied for, believing in crazy stuff too. So yeah, there's just a lot of factors, but I think, fear is kind of the element that I think needs to be talked about, because I think that's kind of one of the reasons. I think if it wasn't so terrifying and there wasn't all this like, hullabaloo about cults, I think people would be more open to this stuff. But there's a lot of darkness that has to be kind of sifted through first.
Yeah, interestingly, like the University of Virginia did a really big study a few years back on kids in their past lives, and like they were able to remember who they were, they were able to remember where they lived, they were able to remember like what they did for a living and who they worked with, and they were able to trace back and find their old friends and buddies and old homes and paintings in the attic and things that they could never have known about. And this study kind of shows us that we need to think twice about these imaginary friends these kids have, because if they're able to see through dimensions that we are not able to see through as adults, because maybe we were programmed, maybe that closes at a certain time. But these kids seem to have a gateway opened where they can commune with things that we do not see, or we have chosen not to see. Now, some people, some mediums can see these imaginary friends and these spirits and these ghosts. But like Cosmic was saying, I think we've been programmed to assume that they're evil and bad. Because for one thing, I think adults fear what they don't understand because they've stopped learning. Now, adults who continue to learn do not need to choose fear. You can always, every decision we make, it's either hope or fear. And when we give into the fear, a lot of times I think that has a lot more to do with believing in what other people have pushed on us. Maybe thinking like to ourselves, I don't really see what's dangerous here, but I don't see what I'm looking at. I don't really understand it. So I'm going to take this warning and heed it, because maybe there is something there that I should be alerted to and pulling back from. Whereas the kids are more curious. Kids at their age are not consumed with fear as much as an adult is usually, and they'll be more curious about what are these things, and they're more hopeful, like, oh, they're probably cool, let's see what they are and what they're going to do. And unlikely kids will be the same way with humans as well. And so kids can talk to the wrong strangers and be brought into a dangerous situation as well. So the kids don't really have these defenses up at their age, which might be what allows them to see these other spirits or these imaginary friends. I truly believe that there's actually something there that they're communing with. It's not just in their imaginations, but it's easy for us to see them and think that's just their imagination, just like we think somebody's crazy if we see them dancing, but we don't hear the music. So I feel like there's something going on there, and these kids can possibly, if they're not programmed like we are, can possibly continue that into their adulthood and be able to become mediums. Now, people that use entheogenics, I feel like are opening up the ability to learn how to reinterpret things and may be able to open those doorways again to be able to see the things that they had told themselves not to believe in or not to see. And so I think it's all up to our interpretation of how to commune with these beings, with these spirits. And I've met a few people that are mediums that have experienced ghosts that were not dangerous ghosts. They were friendly ghosts. And I always like to hear more about that, because to me, a lot of times I usually assume that when people are seeing something that scares them, it's their own fear within that's being projected. Because I feel like when there's two people in a room and one person is consumed by fear and there's some spirit attacking them, and there's a skeptic standing right next to them, the skeptic's not seeing anything. They're not being hurt. They're not seeing anything. The people that are scared are seeing things, they're being hurt, they're in immense fear and hysterics. So I feel like that could potentially be a hallucination. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say. But I feel like when people are more open to what they're seeing instead of projecting their emotions that have been suppressed for so long that they're trying to come out on them, I feel like those are two different things. So when people see ghosts in like a friendly situation, I feel like that it's not a projection of their fear. And so what is that? That might be something that we could say has more credit as being able to actually see as something paranormal, where you cannot assume that that's going to be a hallucination as much. But it's always good to keep an open mind about these things we don't understand.
I think as well that to touch on the point, why perhaps children are more prone to perhaps what we would call psychic abilities. And I remember as a child, several times I had dreams where I had premonitions, and then that would come to pass later on, and obviously you get that very, almost surreal sense of deja vu, and very, very strange. But again, as I became older, I had those instances less frequently, and I think it's because the systems that we see in power, and touching upon what you were mentioning, that they almost attempt to fill us with these beliefs, these perhaps cultural preconceptions and misconceptions of the occult, of magic. Of course, Christianity, Abrahamism does this. So do other religious and ideological doctrines, where they fill individuals with these preconceived notions, which perhaps acts as a sort of a mental gatekeeper, so that they cannot access these perhaps innate abilities, perhaps abilities that our ancestors would have been able to tap into or were fully cognizant of, hence with the shamanistic traditions and such. Again, all of this, perhaps that the desire for that to be sequestered, to be concealed, to be monopolized by the systems of power, because it's so powerful. It's so powerful in the way that it can change our minds, it can change our very landscape, the way that it can change other people as well. So again, all of that has been demonized quite extensively, and I think it's the reason for it is because it most likely has some sort of effect on the world, and a positive effect.
Yeah, well said. And I've actually met somebody that I've met people that see demons, and they seem to be very burdened by that. And sometimes they'll seek a priest to help them, other times a doctor. But I've met people that talk to angels, and I feel like these people that speak to angels were ashamed of being able to speak to angels because the programmed collective of adults is saying to them, like, we don't understand what you're doing. That's nonsense. You're crazy. And so he was taking LSD to be able to speak to these angels. And so it may be the case that he was a little bit crazy. I'm not sure. But to me, it's a bit strange that I feel like even though if you're taking psychedelics, if you're speaking to angels, that's a very different situation than paranoid hallucinations of demons. And so to me, I feel like that was genuine. He was actually speaking to angels, and he felt ashamed because he didn't fit into society and just wanted to fit in. And so he wanted to not have to speak to the angels anymore. And he stopped taking the LSD and started to go to Alcoholics Anonymous and NA to be able to stay away from the LSD so he didn't have to speak to the angels. And I thought to myself, man, if I was this guy, I would keep talking to these angels. I'd be careful who I tell it to, I think, but I always felt like that was not the right move. I feel like we could all speak to angels and God, and we should not be ashamed of that because of programmed collective of, skeptics and denial of these things. I've been able to have an out-of-body experience where my spirit was drawn to the sun, and I communed with the spirit of the sun. It was a life-changing experience, and I feel like that was very powerful for me, and I'm in no way ashamed of it. And I feel like everyone can have these powers to be able to transcend the body and see beyond time. But a lot of people aren't really invested in that kind of a journey. A lot of people are more interested in conforming and just becoming their role in society. And I wonder if that's because that's easier, that's what expected of people, or is it because the challenges that are involved in being able to take such journeys, and then the challenges involved in being able to try to communicate that to others?
I think it's because maybe all in all, we're just another brick in the wall.
Yeah.
And the little bit of, hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. We don't need no mind control or programming. I think it's one of the reasons they have to get to us when we're kids, and they choose our ages. Now, what have we noticed lately? And I don't want this to become too politicized, but it's very hard to discuss the occult without discussing what's happening in the world, and it's in our faces. So they now, South Africa has tried to make a bill that gives them access to our kids at age 4 compulsorily. And that bill has been amended. The bill was fought. The president was too scared to sign the bill because the parents were outraged having to send their children to a school at age 4, right? It's very young. Now, there is this etheric body. I just want to get into this for a moment because magic is largely to do with programming the etheric body and allowing the astral to fill the programmed spaces, to fulfill certain patterns within the etheric. Or the high magic is to do with projecting aspects of the etheric body's program into the astral body. So these are the two forms of magic, allowing the etheric body to reflect astral currents into the physical world and allow these qualities to influence the shapes of the world, or allowing the shapes of the world to reprogram the qualities of the astral body directly and affect the inner world, the high magic versus the natural magic. And so this etheric body seems to start forming around about 5 years old in children. And I think that by the time we get to about 7 years old, this etheric body has started to take form. It's not completely formed yet. And so this etheric body relates to our mental patterns, the mental proverbial framework, and in one word, the formation of a worldview. And I think that's really what we're getting at here. The worldview gets structured, it gets conformed, it gets homogenized, and it gets duped into believing a particular version of reality in which entities don't exist. You can't speak to angels. You can't have a personal experience of divinity. No, that's not how this works. The priest disseminates divinity to you. That's how this works. You go to the church, you give the church money, the church or the religious organization, whichever one you're with, then has this ambassador on your behalf disseminate knowledge, wisdom, and spiritual essence to you. And that's how this works. We are all just insignificant little specks. We're not even those fishes swimming around in a fish bowl that Roger Waters was talking about. We are the little spots of fish food. They get eaten by the fishes in that fish bowl. Sorry, I've got Pink Floyd on the brain. I can't get Pink Floyd out of my head right now. I was having a conversation with my girlfriend just last night about we've been talking about a lot, like reminiscing on the old musics, because we've known each other since we were kids, and all of the old musics we listened to when we were like really young. And so obviously Pink Floyd is a big part of, what's inspired and shaped currents of consciousness when I was young, as well as Jimmy Morrison. And I think that's something to look at, Jimmy Morrison, the serpent riding into the other side, facing the fear of death, the unknown. But I do want to get back to this etheric body. This etheric body is highly programmable because it relates to the sacred geometry and to the shapes and the forms. And so it has a certain ductile, is that the correct word? It has a certain ductile essence that is ready to hold the shape. So it's soft enough, ductile enough to take a form and to hold on to it. And if you just maintain the minimal pressure requirements and habits and keep the rhythm of this pressure consistent, like neurolinguistic programming, a continual telling yourself something, a parent telling a child something repeatedly, it will actually become a structure in the etheric body that child will carry, and it'll become a worldview towards the self. If the parents keep telling the child, you're this or you're that, you've got a bad attitude, you've got a bad attitude, you've got a bad attitude, sooner or later the child will start believing that they've got a bad attitude, because it will, and then they will act out the bad attitude, and then other people will reinforce it. The teacher will say, you've got a bad attitude. And sooner or later, their friends will say, you've got a bit of a bad attitude. Before they know it, they'll just think of themselves as having a bad attitude. And I think this is happening on so many levels. And so much of the programming is happening. So what it comes down to is there is already spells being cast on us from young age. Sigil magic is a part of our lives, whether we recognize it or not. The cartoons, the animation, the programming that we receive in school, there's so much sigil magic there. Even the map of the world that we get used to seeing, like I got used to seeing a map of the world where Africa wasn't that big, and then I saw a real map. I thought, wow, Africa's a lot bigger than what they showed me. Well, politically they want Europe to seem much bigger than what it is. England's quite a big place on the map, but when you look at the real map of the world, England's a tiny little dot. So why do they have so much influence? And so we start asking these questions. And the ceremonial activations in school, I went to an Anglo-Saxon school. We had to stand every day with a boater and hold it off our heads and listen to the last post to think about all those people that sacrificed their lives in this noble cause in the Second World War. My gosh, that's a profound ceremony. The ceremonies in the mornings where we have to go into assembly, and in the assemblies we have to sing whatever song they want us to sing. We used to have to sing the national anthem. Terrible ceremonial thing. And certain carol songs from the Psalms. And then they have us also sort of forcing us into patterns of geomancy, forcing us to learn particular forms of mathematics, forcing us to think in particular forms of ritual, so that we start to ritualize the way that we think with regards to the nature of the universe. And I think this is what really closes all of our doors. I don't think we would naturally be losing our psychic ability if we weren't in school. And that's something that I've observed in Steiner children. Steiner children don't seem to lose their abilities that fast. Interesting, because the schooling system is very different. And those children that are homeschooled and not at school, they tend to keep a lot more of the faculties. The imagination seems to be more active. For those of you that haven't checked out the Bush Whisperer Speaks series, there's 108 lectures. They're short, they're 10 minutes, series 1. Series 2 is 108 lectures, also 10 minutes. Series 3 is getting more serious, 30 minutes, 40-minute lectures, deeper occult. But the first series is like to lay the garden bed. The second lecture is to start to prepare the seed in the garden bed. And then the propagation happens in series 3. Series 3 is only 72 videos. I haven't quite finished them all. Sort of going to finish them in the course of the next 4 months. I would say 3 months. Maybe 2 months if I start soon. I reckon I should start before the weather gets bad, because I like to do it in the penguin sanctuary. It's where I like to film. I go into a trance and I do it chip off bit by bit. The mountain tends to have too much wind for me to film. So, but anyway, go and take a look. You'll see that there's a systematic way of deconditioning, and it's not shamanism specifically, but it's shamanism that's been blended with what I learned from Rosicrucianism, what I learned from the Hatha and the Jnana yoga, the Dhyana yoga, the mantra yoga, and applied in a broad sense using hermetic common sense hermeticism to sort of put into context the Vedic and the Kabbalistic knowledge, so that we can gain a sort of insight that's universal for whether you're practicing Kabbalah, whether you're practicing Vedic schools, whether you're practicing Hermetics. It's showing the three, how they are all the same. So yeah, I mean, go and check that out. You'll find that there's a systemic building up. And I started, interestingly enough, with the sun. I started with looking at the sun, being up for the sunrise, watching the sun, and then staring at the clouds. We have the ability to become children again. And I think that we need time to do it. We need time to go and sit on a beach and just do nothing and just watch the sea and just watch how the patterns, especially in the sunrise or the sunset, the way the light dances on the water, the way the colors move as the light moves across the water, the patterns on the water. When the light gets to a certain angle, there's these like shimmering patterns. And if you look closely, you can see flower of life in the sea. It's like, wow, that's where they got it. They were watching the sunrise over the water. And when the ocean was just right, you would see the flower of life forming in the ocean. So this is what you see in the sunrise if you watch a sunrise over water. So, and a little bit of wind or just mild waves. When it's very calm, you can see these kind of patterns. So I think that like what we've done is we've distracted ourselves, taken ourselves away from nature. And I think this is one of the reasons that the occult practices are so dangerous these days. Because we're not engrossed within nature. I think that when we're in nature, we are in tune with the golden spiral of mathematics, which is life around us, and all of the curvatures of branches and leaves and the way that everything is arranged. It has this aesthetic quality that can sort of bring us to a sense of appreciation of beauty and inspiration, and it moves towards a state of inner harmony. And I think that most of our occult practices tends to be people sitting reading books, which are other people thinking while they're sitting inside a square-walled room writing. And so the transmission of energy is done indoors. And I believe that being indoors and being outdoors are like chalk and cheese apart. And so this is, I think, one of the main things I would start with is nature. And on the topic of substances, although I don't normally prescribe that people should use substances, but if one were to enjoy any kind of mind-altering psychedelia, nature. It is so important to be in nature. And the differences of experience are profoundly different. When you're in nature and you open your senses, the world becomes an expanse of beauty, and you get lost in the detail of the beauty. And there is no time for paranoia. Even there's a spider crawling on you, you're not afraid. You're like, wow, look at the way it moves. It's so cool. it's got this way of sort of, you know, you know, the consciousness of this creature is one with your consciousness. So I think like this is one of the big things that we've lost, is our connection with nature. And it sort of causes us to move into a field of abstraction and start to apply these things from an abstract perspective. And this causes us to become hoodwinked. I think it causes us to want to practice summoning for the wrong reasons and to use sigil magic for the wrong ends. And we start casting spells willy-nilly. And we're not really mindful of what ceremonial activations are. And we play with these forces. And, you know, then we get lost in the play of constructing amulets, and we start noticing telepathy. But instead of appreciating the opening of the heart chakra and what this means to connection between different beings, we become afraid and self-conscious, because telepathy involves being naked, right? I want to start the Naked Man Show, by the way. Those of you that are out there, it's coming. The Naked Man Show is going to be a group of naked people talking to you about being naked. And I mean spiritually and emotionally naked, being raw, being unscripted, being unprogrammed with what people think of you, learning to be humble and humiliate yourself, because in humiliation we find humility. And there's a sense of strength that transcends all aspects of what we can consider strength to mean. But I think the nature phenomenon is really, for me personally, it's close to my heart. It's what drove me into shamanic path. It's what got me embedded within shamanism, because I'd looked everywhere else and I'd found toys. That's what I call these occult things. And I think that's an interesting concept, toys. I'd like to address that. And it comes back down to the reason for the occult. What do you guys think about this? Like most of occult practice, people are looking for toys.
Well, I wanted to touch upon what you were saying regarding nature. I think it's a very profound idea. And I've sort of toyed with Gnosticism for quite some time, or at least what I term Gnosticism. Of course, scholars would term it as Gnosticism, but I mean, really, what is Gnosticism? It's such a broad category of things. But this idea that, for example, when I read of the utopian thinkers throughout all of the various ages, you know, from Plato all the way to the medieval dialogues, again, camouflaging this desire for utopianism, all the way to Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, Manly P. Hall's works as well, that touch upon these secret destiny of America as one such example. There's other ones, and all the way to the sci-fi writers. Every one of them, without fail, their idea of utopianism is the urban environment, the perfected urban environment where all denizens of the world become a denizen of the concrete urban jungle, and all of humanity is concentrated within this vast labyrinth, if you will. It's sort of similar to the Minotaur in those stories, where, again, well, just touching upon the Minotaur, you have Asterion who turns into the Minotaur. Asterion, I believe, if my Greek serves me correctly, would relate to this notion of like a starman, he who sails the stars, that sort of notion, and he turns into the animal, the beast within the labyrinth, the narrowed confines of this sort of urban experiment. And I think there's something to that. And what I think it is, the crux of it, is that this idea of the craftsman, the demiurge, the men of power, if you will, who desire to elevate the material and to elevate consumerism over nature, to elevate, to degrade the spirit, to make it subordinate to the material. They would be able to craft that illusion, maintain that illusion even more so within within the confines of the urban environment. And you even see with Rome, in the way that they set up their colonias, it was all on a grid system, and it was all in cubes, right? And it's very interesting, because when you look to the Celtic world, they didn't do that. Even the Germanic peoples, they built roundhouses. You go to the Eastern traditions, the idea of the crooked angle, the cube, the square, it is a place, that corner, that crooked corner is the place, I believe, where the demons would manifest and they would be contained within, or they would be there, they would manifest there. It's a sort of calling point for them, I believe, in Eastern tradition. So perhaps it's something to do with that idea that the urban environment with its the vast sea of cubes, perhaps there's something to that, sapping the spiritual energy, destroying any potential for the spiritual journey and spiritual manifestation to occur. I think there is something surrounding that idea.
Yeah, when you touch on the whole idea of these utopian authors who want to see the world as this kind of perfect, concrete, chrome utopian city, to kind of like bring a little tangent here, but I'm going to bring it back to the main point. Whether you like him or not, Jordan Peterson, he always talks about Cain and Abel, and about how, because Cain doesn't make the right sacrifices, he's resentful towards God. And I think in that same context, I think there are people that are resentful towards nature. They feel like, nature is dumb, it's primitive, and look at me, I'm this brilliant intellectual. I'm smarter than nature. If I had the keys of God, if I had control of things, I would move things, and not this stupid, irrational nature. There's like a contempt and a resentment towards the natural world. That's what I think is, I don't know if there's any validity to it or not, but I think that's part and parcel what fuels that sort of nature kind of utilitarian, utopian, city mindset does come from a place of hating nature for some reason. I don't know, maybe they just didn't get a good hand at the genetic lottery or whatever. And I don't know, that's just something I've been thinking about. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that concept.
Yeah, and also I'm thinking about these cubes in the urban centers. I know that in the platonic solids, that each of the platonic solids can be encapsulated within the next. And I'm thinking that potentially the cube could encapsulate the pyramid. And if our spirit bodies have a Merkaba, that's like a dual pyramid, maybe that being inside of a cube would kind of limit its capacity or encapsulate it so that it was kind of filtered from the external natural environment. But that was just a thought that crossed my mind.
Well, just touching upon that, I think that's a very profound point. It's almost like the urban centers themselves are perhaps, some sort of confines for that a magical ritual per se, like what you're saying. It's to encapsulate spiritual generation as encompassed by the pyramid, or the just the triangle in general. So yeah, I think there is something to that. It seems like even what you see in mythology. I touched upon the Garden of Eden. As soon as they were ousted from the Garden of Eden, you brought up Cain and Abel as well. I believe Cain means craftsman, if I recall. It's another word in Hebrew for craftsman. I forget what Abel means now, but that whole thing was an allegory too. And with the Garden of Eden, they're ousted from Eden, and of course they toy with the idea of the West and the East, and that crops up in Masonry, pretty much every mystery religion known to man. And they go on this, really, what is the fool's journey? Because once humanity leaves nature, they can never return until they go through that purification of the spirit, until they realize what they have lost. And the only way to realize what you have lost is to go through, well, it's like what you see in Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy. You have to realize the bad to thus appreciate the good. And of course, that's really a proverb for life. But yeah, absolutely. interesting point. Sorry, I think we've went on a bit of a tangent regarding your initial question, Bush Whisperer, but
It's all part of the system. That's the way the serpent moves. She moves in a spiral, spirale. I think that's the key. You know, the centripetal and centrifugal forces tend to encapsulate, and like you mentioned, the cube. Just to point out, I think that's so intact because, like we see the cube represents the seven principles. You know, the 7 directions, effectively. Inward being one of the 7 directions, quite neatly, and so we can see that as being sort of a metaphor for the extension of potential of the human condition. The 7 proverbial principles that we are in tune with can be shaped within a cube. This is, I think, why traditionally the altar was usually a cube, and then it became a double cube, was it not? Originally, an altar was a cube, and then at some point it became a double cube. And both the cube and a double cube are quite relevant, yeah, because obviously the cube represents the 7 principles, and then the double cube represents, you know, the microcosm and the macrocosm in conduit, as above, so below. The 7 principles above and the 7 principles below, producing that potential harmony that can manifest. So I think, you know, it's no accident that we're living in right-angled buildings. You know, and then we look at all the older buildings, like the Tartarian crew will come out and throw some beautiful pictures at us, right? We never used to live in cube buildings. We didn't have these 90-degree angles in the wall, which forms either a cube or cubes within your room. Traditionally, most rooms would be cubes or double cubes, right? That's really like what we generally find in a room. This room that I'm in, is it a double cube? It might be a triple cube. Regardless, it's a bit of an elongated room. Regardless, you know, triple cube, double cube. It generally works in factors of cubes, which is rather interesting. And these 90-degree angles, you know, okay, so 4 times 9 is 360. Now, 360 hertz. What does 360 hertz represent? I think when you look at the traditional tunings that relate to the A being in 432 hertz, so 360 hertz, what key? And it's going to give us a slight off pitch here. F sharp and G, right? So I believe that the 360 hertz would be closer to F sharp, right? Because that extra 8 hertz that they gave us to 440 hertz takes us closer to the G. But when we're not pushing those extra hertz, we're getting closer to the F sharp, right?
yes, yeah.
So the F sharp, now this is very interesting. You need a C sharp and an F sharp, and is it a G sharp to make an F sharp chord? Am I right there? No, sorry, A sharp, is it?
A sharp,
A
yeah,
sharp,
yeah, A
A
sharp.
sharp, C sharp, and F sharp
Mhm.
gives us a perfect key of F sharp. And so it starts to get quite interesting when we start to look at the way these chords are formed, and the fact that there's 360 angles in our room brings us to that particular harmonic pitch. And F sharp, like if I look at F sharp and I look at what color it represents, I would say it represents green. Now, traditionally, so like the music, classical music, is based upon color. For those that don't know, C is always the root, right? C clef, and the C is always based in Aries, in red, and then C sharp becomes vermilion, D becomes orange, D sharp becomes amber, E is yellow, F is lime green, and F sharp is green. A becomes indigo, A sharp violet, B magenta. And there we've got the 12 colors, the 12 colors that relate to the zodiac, right? Magenta, Pisces, the feet; red, Aries, the head; yellow, E, the heart. So F sharp, as we're looking at it here from this perspective, then relates to Libra. And so Libra relates to our relationships, how we relate to other people. And so it's got a strong romance element involved in it, but it's not just to do with that. The house, the seventh house, relates to our interactions and our relationships. And where the fourth house is actually the house of family. And people always think that the seventh house is to do with family. It's actually the fourth house. It's Cancer. But the seventh house is how we interact with people. And obviously romantic relationships is one of the most important relationships that we forge in our lives. So it's fundamental, but it's not only those relationships. So I think it's how we relate to other people. The green color is rather fundamental. And we've been taught that this relates to Venus, but I don't get that. To me, Venus has got a lot more going on. I see Venus as indigo, and we're going back to Inanna with all her indigo wand and indigo garland and indigo everything. Please cover it with a plate for me. Thank you. Do I look busy? Just I'm getting offered a plate of food right now. I'm like, I don't know what am I supposed to do with it. It's like, thank you. Yes, I do think that don't think she can hear me. I do think that we are sort of fundamentally sort of pinned into our frequencies, and this green has got a lot to be explained with agreements, right? To agree. I think there's something to do with this, because relationships are about agreements. Now, agreements relate to contracts, right? Like we start to look out of this picture. And so when I look at green, I see actually the spirit of the green man. The green man represents the old fundamental contract that we had with nature, which is the sickle and the reaper, reaping the corn, reaping the food, reaping the vegetables, and all of these things, which is Saturn. Before Saturn became what we know Saturn is today, Saturn was the green man. So Saturn has got to do with contracts. And the most fundamental contract we had was a contract we had with the land, which was why in South America, they had these wonderful little instruments made out of obsidian that the men used to bleed their penises with. What a thought. What a thought. Anyway, thank God I wasn't born there. And thank God I'm living here, because the idea is not a pleasant one to contemplate. But so they made agreements with nature in order for nature to thrive, or for farming. And I do think that getting back to that color, that green, is going to put us into the contractual mode of making agreements and sort of how we're going to interact with people around us. So it's highly socially constrictive to be indoors. And the social reconstriction of being indoors, I think, was epitomized by the arm prick adventure that we all experienced, right? The 19 story, when they invited us to spend a lot of time in our homes and cover our faces, hide our faces from the world. And when we did go into the world, hide our faces, like everybody walking around with a ninja expression. And then if we even allowed to walk around, stay at home or get arrested. So, this is, I think, an epitome of what the conditioning is taking us towards. And so yeah, I think this is powerful. When you mention the cube, it really gets me going into this.
Mhm.
The cube also represents the etheric body. Sorry, yeah, brother, don't let me waffle on.
No, I was just going to actually add as well, because you were talking about F sharp, and there was something I just recalled there, and I looked at my notes, and interestingly, the F sharp, it's been observed by researchers in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid that, and let me just read it here. Yeah, researchers and musicians have conducted experiments within the King's Chamber, analysing its acoustic properties and responses. These investigations have revealed that the chamber resonates with specific tones. Of course, there's claims of the concert A pitch tuned to 432 hertz, but there's also theories surrounding that certain chambers, I think the King's Chamber is one, that the F sharp chord resonates strongly, more so than any other pitch. And I just found that interesting, just when you were talking about F sharp and such.
Alchemy. So I just want to say one more thing. The circle also resonates with F sharp. There are 360 degrees in a circle, and there are 360 degrees in a square. Now, when we look at the triangle, we've got 180 degrees. So 360, 360, 720, 720 plus 180 becomes 900. There's something to look at. But do please carry on, Cosmic.
No, I was just going to say, I guess because I have a form of musical synesthesia, I have somewhat of a different relationship with the note F sharp. I actually basically took my musical associations with color and associated them with notes on the keyboard, so I kind of lay it out. So for me, I don't experience F sharp as green. I experience F sharp as this kind of dark, bloody crimson red. And I always associated that note with anger. And it's usually not a very happy note for me. I usually kind of prefer this nice, the A sharp, the yellow, or the warm orange C, or the kind of the blue D flat. But that's always something. It's an interesting thing for me, because I have a very different relationship with music than most people do. For most of my childhood, I didn't really listen to popular music of any kind. I didn't even have any kind of interest in music. And that was really until I started to find alternative and more just experimental music. And I would just get into weirder and weirder and weirder stuff. And it's for some reason, I resonate with really kind of strange atonal music. And it kind of can make me happy, whereas other people are just ugh, this is noise. I don't understand it all. And I've always wondered, what does that say about me in an occult sense? And I've always been something I've always been thinking about my whole life. Is why do I resonate with these different kinds of tones that other people don't necessarily resonate with? For some people, they usually, the whole tone scale. A lot of people will say that the whole tone scale is very kind of dark and ominous, but I think it can also be kind of fun and playful, and it gives me this kind of odd happiness. And that's kind of why sometimes I think to myself, maybe I was originally not from this world at all, that I'm from some kind of other dimension outside of space and time. And so, yeah, I've always kind of wondered that, because I guess that would make, because I think about maybe what you're talking about, how the piano scale kind of goes on a nice kind of the red, then orange, then yellow and green. And I'm kind of wondering, is this how most people perceive music? Is this how most people experience it? Because it's if that is the case, then it's I feel that explains why my taste in music can be so kind of off the beaten path from other people. I know Indy listens to some experimental music stuff too, and I think Shaman's pretty open to that stuff as well. But I'm guessing you guys probably have some of that, when occult practitioners, that kind of different relationship with music, that the masses, they respond to a certain kinds of tones and certain kinds of rhythms, and perhaps people who are more spiritually minded, they either resonate to different frequencies, or they're able to notice certain frequency relationships that other people don't notice, maybe because of like a different dimensional perspective, a different understanding of time and mathematics that gives you a different relationship with music. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Shaman, or anybody else who wants to chime in?
Interestingly, F sharp is the resonating frequency of the earth. And spiritually, F sharp it means regret. Apparently, the earth frequency of F sharp is F sharp major. But A sharp represents desire, and F sharp represents regret. That to me seems a bit surprising, being that it's the resonant frequency of our entire planet. But it has been like a whole life experience for me to overcome like a regretful attitude, and then supersede that with an attitude of hope and gratitude. So I like in the past, I had always like wished things had gone differently. And after getting my undergrad in psychology and philosophy, I learned that it's bad faith to imagine that things would have worked out in a better way if they had gone differently, because you don't really know that to be true. So I was able to, through the tool of bad faith, overcome my regretful thinking and start to see things as a gratitude based and blessings in disguise. So maybe this is something we all have to go through, being that we're amongst F sharp so much, resonating in our ears, buzzing in our ears. You guys ever heard about this meaning of the F sharp spirituality? Being regret?
Yeah.
I was just going to say one more thing about this, and I started on it earlier. So the alchemy is focused on F sharp, right? This is what I was getting at before. So you've got the square, which is 360 degrees.
Yeah.
Then you've got the circle that represents 360 degrees. And so both the square and the circle represent F sharp. And then you've got the triangle. Now the triangle represents 180. So when you take the 360 plus the 360, the circle and the square, that's 720. And then you take the 180 of the triangle within that, that becomes 900. 900 hertz is F sharp. So when you look at that symbol of the circle, the square, and the triangle, it's telling you acoustically the resonant frequencies of the earth. And this is what I was talking about, where you were talking about sorrow. Am I wrong to paraphrase you? You were talking about sorrow, F sharp, feeling with the earth.
He was talking about, I think it was regret.
What's the difference between regret and sorrow? I mean, does regret come from sorrow?
Yeah. And it can create sorrow too.
Yeah, because like I'm looking at Saturn. Saturn is looking back at the past, what I've lost, what time has taken from me. I'm old. Saturn took my youth. You know, these are Saturnial ideas. Father Time is taking me. He's waiting with the reaping. He's going to reap me like the corn of the earth. And I'm going to end up back in the cycle. Have I used this life to the maximum potential? These are all Saturnial contemplations, which on one hand represent sorrow, on the other hand represent regret. And so it's interesting that you say that, because this brings us back to Saturn. This is one of the reasons I actually relate the sphere of Saturn to the color green. And also because when I think of Saturn and I think of what it represents, right? So I think of the 7 principles of Hermes. The first principle, mentalism, blue. Then the fundamental principle of energy, the principle of polarity, the 4th principle, yellow. Then the principle of enactment, cause and effect, desire body, red. Those are the 3 primary colors. Then I look at the way in which the quantum entanglement is reflecting vibration. And the quantum entanglement, I see it as being a reflection of the principle of pure energy, being able to traverse the astral, and the causal field, or the causal potential of cause and effect, the etheric field, cause and effect, alpha and omega, cause and effect, ether. So the acoustic shapes, the etheric body, and the astral qualities, this astral body. So the astral is yellow, as I see it. The causal is red, reflecting not the causal body as in the spiritual body, but cause and effect. I must be careful with these terms, I'll create a confusion. And the cause and effect, which relates to our desires, as opposed to the polarity, which relates to our feelings. And our desires is red, plus our feelings is red and orange, red and yellow, and this makes orange. And so orange I relate to Mercury, which is that which connects one thing to another. So we are able to see the correspondences of things through the sphere of Mercury. And then the sphere of vibration, resonance, I see that as being a reflection of Venus. And so Venus then becomes the expression of vibration, of sound. And I see Venus is holding that key to the spiritual powers. Hence the gateway to the mysteries. Venus is known, Lucifer, the light bringer. And so it's that aspect of awakening which reveals the spiritual powers, all the psychic abilities, all the siddhi in Vedic culture is locked in within Visuddhi chakra. And in the Kabbalistic system, we have the Dwat, which you have to traverse in order to gain the supremacy of the primal triad of the upper echelon of the powers, that which is the truncated roof of the pyramid, the capstone, if you will, in order to gain control over the whole system, the pyramid itself. So then I look at the heart chakra as yellow, representing pure energy, which is polarity, because energy has to be extended as polarity. And I see vibration as being where our emotion lives. The emotion of energy becomes the polarity of the expression of the energy. But the polarity, the expression of the energy, is how we engage with emotion. So we then take the emotion of the unstruck sound of the Vedic cosmology, we bring it into our hearts and we feel it. It now becomes objective as a felt response of energy, where emotions are something quite abstract and they can lock our throat chakra up. When we get emotional, we get a lump in our throat. But when we transcend that emotional barrier and start to feel those emotions, our heart gets warm and we start to feel the passion, that passing of the ions that will pass through the rhythmic center of the solar plexus, which is our rhythm, the rhythmic center, which is the stomach and the pancreas that governs all of the rhythms in the body, all the metabolic reactions, the triple burner, which is that balance between our fight and flight, our instincts, governed with its second brain, if you will, of the solar potential. We call it the solar plexus, even though the sun's place is in the heart and the spine. The solar plexus is the expression of this potential in the physical body, the etheric essence of the sun taken into the etheric field. And then, of course, the cause and effect, which and this rhythmic center I see as being green. And so rhythm is related to vibration. So the vibration of Venus, which I see as indigo, is related, and it's in a lower field. It's expressed as rhythm in the solar plexus. So you could relate the solar plexus to Venus as well, because rhythm and vibration are two ways of interacting with the same state of change, which becomes energy in the heart. And so the green center of the solar plexus, then I look at the Svadhisthana chakra, or the sacral plexus. I see it as the red desire, the sacred place of the womb, sacred, the red blood, and Mars, powerful currents of energy, the desires to move forward, very intense. And then I see the lunar center as the root chakra. And the lunar center then represents the coming together of the masculine and the feminine as a cohesion in the physical form. So the generative region of generation of male and female. And I see that as being violet, because it's coming together of the desires that makes the physical flesh and that pure mental first principle of Hermes, marrying them, blue and red, to make violet, in the same way that I see green as being the marriage between the desire body and the pure energy. And so the yellow, I'm sorry, did I say the pure mental, potential and the constructive energy potential of the heart, which then brings our blue and our yellow to reflect the principles and the laws of the universe of Saturn that can conduct the symphony of time into that place, which is called the Manipura, which in Vedic Sanskrit architecture means money, money. Dun, 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 dun. And think about money. But money means gem, but it's not just a gem, it's a many-sided, well-faceted gem. And Pura is like Pura Oga, everything, the whole lot. Pura. If you walk into an Indian stall and they say, Kitna kalana hoga, means how much you want to take. You say Pura Oga, it means just give me the whole lot, you know? So Pura means the whole lot. So Manipura means that gem which touches everything, the whole lot. Saturn's potential, this very important chakra, which is the triple burner of the Taoist medicine. And so, like these principles, I think, are fundamental. And I didn't mean to get caught up in this. There was actually a reason why I was going into this, and it's sort of slipping away from me as I'm getting lost in this proverbial pea soup of thinking.
Indigo.
Sorry?
Venus is indigo. That's where this started. I don't know if that was going to
Yes, well, the principle of Venus being the light bringer and the elucidating, enlightened state of consciousness that's going to take us to the sacred union, which is the Shashumna of the Vedic cosmology, the combination between the Ida and the Pingala, the convergence between the astral and the etheric into the causal body, which is that seat of the soul that comes into incarnation. It's the part that's consistent. The energetic principle of the ego has to be created by that, and that then has to create within it a persona, so that the ego can operate through a persona, and then within that it creates a body. So there's a body within a persona, within an ego, within a causal field, a causal body. And so we have these three fundamental bodies projecting pressure into the physical body, which is why we're so pressure bound and why there's so much pressure on us. And that pressure is through this Manipura chakra. So I think that when it comes to like looking at the architecture of the system and the energetic reality and the resonance, this F sharp is the key, because it's the fundamental point of pressure. And that solar plexus becomes the construction. Like, think about it. Your entire body, all the molecules of your body comes from your food, which is your stomach and your pancreas. And all the metabolic reactions have got to deconstruct that food, and it's got to create temperature. It's got to keep the rhythms running through the body so that the correct rhythms are carrying the correct vibrational fields, so that the consciousness is kept intact with the necessary vibrational states of matter, which is expressing that consciousness within the physical form. And I think that this is where we start to really get into our real problems, because this is our center where instincts are being driven, right? That fight or flight instinct, that is, I think, fundamental to how we start to create our universe. We either run away or we run towards, and that impulsiveness can be related to the Manipura chakra or to the principles of Saturn, which is centered in control. And I think that control becomes the problem. And now we're looking at the difference between evocation and invocation, tantra and yoga, or yoga, and the way in which we're either giving up control or we're taking control. And somewhere between both of these extremes, there's a lot of danger. And then there's the middle path, which is sort of giving up control and taking control, and practicing the ability to give up control and take control, so that whatever your navigational road gives to you, sometimes you take control, and when it's difficult to take control, just give up control.
Yes.
Because taking control is not going to work. I suppose it gives you more options of possibility to move through life and to navigate the forces of time as they are sort of creating pressure on us. But that pressure leaves an impression, and that impression is what we then carry. And I think this is how the mental illness becomes fundamental. Please do jump in, or before I just carry on forever.
Well, I think as well that you see within the Kabbalistic systems, and sort of tying back with this notion, well, this connection that you made between green and F sharp. I believe green. I think you mentioned this, that it's related to the chakra anahata, the heart. So, of course, it's basically the same in Kabbalah. The green is, I believe, linked to Tiferet, and that's part. I believe that's found in, I forget the Hebrew name for it now, Shira Ovam, which is, I think it's something along those lines. Basically, it translates as gates of color, or something along those lines. But basically, that is a Kabbalistic manuscript that's fairly authoritative in Kabbalistic circles, and where it basically takes the Sephiroth and assigns them colors, and then goes into these colors. I believe it also touches upon this theory of this theory of the spheres of music, this notion too. So it's interesting, because you look at things such as I Pet Goat 2, which is that sort of very famous short film that came out in 2014, I think, and the heart was everywhere. This heart symbol was found absolutely everywhere. And of course, the heart is that midline organ. This is the organ which keeps in balance both the body and the mind, or the spirit. And in the heart is the sort of essence of man. And it is that which, again, can destroy if its passions are not controlled. But it can also release man into a more transcendent, I guess you would say, position. So it's interesting, because this idea of the sort of, I think you brought it up, where we are all, man is almost at the focal point of the vortex, or looking at upon the caduceus, we are at the intersection points between those double entwining serpents. Man is at that point at every one. He is the sort of the moments of time, the teardrops in the rain, if you will, to use a Blade Runner reference. So we are at these points. We are both the left and the right. We are this sort of we are a species, an expression of the duality, not necessarily of God, but of the duality of the fractured dream that is God. And I find that very interesting. I did not know that about that idea of Mani. That probably links to money, of course. Mani being this, several-sided crystalline gem, which almost relates to the fractured dream, that notion of, or even, pardon me, the allegory, the symbolism of a sort of a hall of shattered mirrors. That's one way that I've seen existence being described as well. So perhaps that links to that too. I mean, that's quite interesting, yeah.
That makes me think of that Bruce Lee film, Enter the Dragon. Wah! One of the
Yeah.
best martial arts films of all time, in my opinion. Good old school. But here's an interesting thing about money. So this is a mantram that's constructed of 2 Bij mantram. Now the Bij mantram are fundamental seeds. So the fundamental seed mantram are very particular roots of which words have come from. So mani is constructed of two separate roots. There's not one root with things that have grown out of it. It's two separate roots that are fitted together and nothing has grown out of it. But then what we've added to that is harmony. And so we can, har is also her money. Whose money? Hers. So it's the divine feminine brought into the mani. And when you bring the feminine into the mani, Saturn is masculine. When you bring the feminine into the masculine element of mani, you get harmony, balance. But now we go into the actual root seeds of the bij of this mantra, and you could say that ma represents, in all languages, the mother. So ma is a seed root syllable of Svadhisthana chakra and relates to, as I map it out, to the principle of cause and effect, the womb. And it relates to the psychological, emotional component of sexuality, which women are very, very in tune with. Men are very much like, let's get this rocks off, man. Men are like, let's rub bodies, let's rub friction. Women are all about the emotional, the kissing, the intimacy, holding each other, the whole process of the lovemaking. Men are like, come on, man, I want to get this show on the road. I want to knock the nails into the wall, you know? And so that whole divine feminine element, ma, represents that energy center. Women actually root their energetic body in that center, the Svadhisthana chakra, the sacral plexus. Men don't. Men root their energy in the Muladhara, which is the root chakra. So this is like classical Vedic law. And so men, this is what differentiates men from women in a big way. Men are very rooted in their physical bodies. Women are much more rooted in the etheric body, which is why women tend to be more in tune with the inner than the men, very often more intuitively attuned to the feelings and what's really going on, perceptive to what's not obvious. Yeah, women tend to have that sort of woman's intuition, and they can read a situation that men sometimes struggle unless men are in tune with their inner feminine, at which point the men are also about the emotional content of sex and about the holding and the kissing and the being close and all of that intimacy, not just get the rocks off. So now ma represents this particular frequency, which is the frequency of what they call apas, and apas is water element. So the apas is the element of water relating to the feminine, you know, that crescent that we see when we see it all over the show. That's what we're talking about. When you're looking at Aum, you're seeing that apas is being reflected there, and it's holding the that point of contact, which is fundamental to the structure of reality. And then ni, the syllable ni relates to on one element your knee, your knees. And your knee, say the word knee carefully. Knee, you'll find that it resonates from your knees up to the base of your spine. Interesting how these words do that. So it actually activates your Muladhara chakra when you say the word knee. So knee is related to that root chakra, and ma is related. That's why there's this Aum Mani Padme Hum. These are modulating different chakras and creating a pattern of, you know, resonating it, connecting it to the womb, connecting it to the Muladhara, connecting the womb to the heart, connecting the heart to the solar plexus, connecting that back up via the womb, via the Shashumna, via the Venus doorway that takes us back to Aum, which is the principle of cohesive realization that there's a correspondence running between all things. So this is very interesting when we start to look at this, because I think when we understand these basic principles and these basic processes, we see how important the gem is, and money. Why? Money is the root of it, and money represents power. So these two chakras represent your desire, right? And your habits.
Mm.
And your habits are related to the ability to sublimate. The moon represents the habits of the world, the cycles, just goes.
Yes.
And you can sublimate into those habits and drive reverse back into them and dial back and see the patterns revealed through the unconscious, which is the sublimation powers of the moon. But it represents those cycles, which is why the cycles are always the moon. And then the Svadhisthana represents the inner process of that desire that moves through us. And so it's the key of cause and effect. Manifestation or magic is focused on these two centers. And I think we get trapped in these two centers when we are practicing any form of magic that involves manifesting our desires. What do you guys think about that? Desires.
Yes. Well, even that idea that you were mentioning with Venus being associated with the indigo, if you look into, for example, some of the Renaissance woodblock cuttings from alchemists, I mean, there's maybe 24 of them from various sources, but they show, again, Isis being unveiled by science. So it's this desire to know. Obviously, science deriving from the Latin scire or scire in its classical pronunciation. So it's this notion that they desire to know, they desire to, almost parse the horizon, the endless horizon. They want to uncover the mysteries. It gets back to what we were discussing. They have this desire to completely control all of Mother Nature. I mean, in its most fundamental sense. And even this idea that money is green, it seeks almost to become the apple of one's eye. It wants to be wanted, right? That is how money maintains value. And it desires to root itself in, to infect the heart. Obviously associated with the Anahata, the green, or the Tiferet in Kabbalah. So it desires to become the all-encompassing thing, the all-encompassing organ, the apple of one's eye within one's entire life, throughout one's entire life. And there's this real problem. I mean, of course, it's more problematic in places like South Korea and in Japan, but we have a work culture now that is based around not really taking pride in one's work, but just getting as much money as we damn well can, which has led to greed. It's led to ecological disintegration. It's led to, of course, social maladies as well. But you also notice that the work culture is all predicated around money. Money is the king of it all. And I don't think it's an accident that it's associated with green. Of course, when we look at the chakras or the Sephirah, or of course, green being the color of decomposition, of spiritual unripeness, if you will. So it's no accident at all. And perhaps we're talking about, I guess, over the overarching topic of this discussion, which is that what are the sort of the ails of sorcery and dark sorcery? How does it hamper or hinder or harm oneself or the people that surround oneself? Well, ultimately, it's this. It's desire. It generates the three poisons. So it's a reframing. It's a misapprehension of the very essence of the alchemical journey, of the spiritual journey, of seeking out theosis, a relationship with the prima causa, with that which provides us the divine spark. So I think fundamentally that's the answer to this topic.
Beautifully put. Beautifully put. And I think like it comes back to, like you say, the miasma of money, you know, and money has always been related to shiny things, gems. And it brings us back to crows. Crows are attracted to shiny things like crystals and diamonds. Leave a diamond ring outside and tell me where that thing's going to go, man. If there are crows around, that diamond ring is gone. It's a goner. It's in a beak and it's off, you know. It's the fastest way to lose a whole lot of thousands of dollars. Put your diamond ring outside and see what happens. Crows love that kind of thing. I once had a chunk of moldavite, which wasn't even shiny, but it was a big chunk of moldavite. They went off with it. And man, this was about like, I bought this moldavite like more than a quarter of a century ago, right? In those days, you could still buy big chunks of moldavite. It was a 52-gram chunk of moldavite, right? It's like, for those of you that don't know moldavite, 52-gram chunk of moldavite these days, I think would cost about $5,000 or $6,000. And it just, crow took it. I was like, there goes my moldavite. I put it on the wall, had a shower. I was living in Sri Lanka. I used to wash outside. I had a well. And I used to pump the water up, and I enjoyed washing outside rather than going indoors to wash, because I had this beautiful little forest area where I lived, my home, and I would just wash, get buckets and just wash with buckets and turn on the pump and use the outside tap. And yeah, so I lost that moldavite, so I had to go and collect more moldavite. Very expensive, hard to get hold. In those days it was easier. These days, good luck trying to find moldavite. China's making fake stuff. But you know, that whole idea of money. What are your thoughts? Oh, Cosmic, I didn't respond to what you said, and I wanted to. Just a quick thing. I think there are certain people that are part of the next evolutional cycle. You were asking, Cosmic, you with us here, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think there are certain people that are part of the next how am I going to put this? Like we're going through evolutional cycles, and I think there's this shift happening, and there are certain people that are like key roles, and that would explain the synesthesia, right? And what we call neuro what's wrong with my brain? Neurosleep. Neurosleep disorder. Sorry?
Neurodivergent?
Yes. Neurodivergence. We've got this neurodivergence happening, and a lot of the people have got more neurodivergence in different ways. And I think one of the ways that you can have neurodivergence is to do with color and sound. Other ways of neurodivergence would be like having the way that your mind works in a different way, or other forms of neurodivergence could be, you know, there's a lot of patterns. I see my son with certain elements of the neurodivergent field. Sensitive people do tend to have it. Yeah.
What about color blindness? I have color blindness, and I see green sunsets every day. I thought everyone did, but it's pretty amazing now that I know I'm the only one that really sees them.
Oh, you see sunsets as green? That's interesting, actually.
Yeah. Incredible. Because like the orange becomes yellow. When blue and red mix, I don't ever see the red. Red is the lowest frequency color. Blue is the highest frequency color. Then purple is the mix of the two. So I don't see where purple is even on a spectrum. It's like somewhere in nowhere's land between the beginning and the end.
So what type of color blindness do you have? Like which colors do you not see? Because I know it's not like you don't see any colors, just that there's like certain colors that don't show up. Like
purple,
some people,
purple
kind?
Blue,
Okay.
purple color blindness. So I always only see blue, and people are saying that's purple. I'll say no, that's blue. It's always blue to me, unless it's pink. It could be like magenta or pink, and I won't.
Gotcha.
Yeah. but sometimes it affects red or green. So like these green sunsets, man, if I could show you guys how pretty this is, and I'll show it to people like, look, it's green, and they'll say, no, it's kind of amber. I'm like, oh man. But I think that's part of neurodivergence. I have a different interpretation of the world, you know? And also, I've been considered neurodivergent. I always thought that I had like some aspect of Asperger's, but I'm not convinced that I do. I just feel like I associate with Rh negative blood people because I just see things differently, man. I don't know.
I think what's interesting though is that even though you mentioned you have color blindness, I think it's sometimes those gaps in our perception that can get filled in with other things, right? In the same way, some people who are like completely blind, like the kind of like the daredevil archetype where their hearing gets more intense, they can smell things better. I think with like certain like neurodivergent things, like was diagnosed with ADHD, and in a weird way, it's like it has some skill sets, like certain things I'm probably not good at, like sitting still and like figuring out math, but in terms of coming up with like abstract ideas and thinking outside of the box, it's great for that. So it's like it has other advantages. And I think one of the great things about attention deficit disorders, because you have a harder time paying attention, it's like you have a harder time getting indoctrinated because you can't pay attention to what the indoctrination even is.
Good, yeah. Blessing in disguise. Maybe it's subconsciously willful.
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised, because a lot of us know that when we go to school and we start learning this stuff, it doesn't feel like intuitively relevant to us. We're like, we really have to learn this. Okay, we're going to go through it. We're not too passionate about it, though. Oftentimes we'll think, if only I could cheat and somebody else could do this for me. But I really like the mention of the Rudolf Steiner school earlier, where it's more about hands-on stuff, where they're going outside into nature, planting crops. Now, personally, I could get way more involved in something like that. Now, I know a lot of other people not as involved in nature, but as a kid, you should be a little bit more enticed by nature, I would think. I feel like more adults are averted to nature than children, really. And probably the drawing away from nature into like a caged environment make us less unfamiliar with it, and then gradually become less inclined to go out there.
My fiance, she attended a Steiner school, and I was asking her about it, and so they do dance. I think it's called eurythmia, and there's other things that she did, which was when I was, for example, arts and craft, and I think it was the second day she was there at the school, they handed her a saw, and she climbed a tree, and she was trying to cut the branch off the tree,
Wow.
and obviously our parents weren't too happy about that, but I was like, wow, Jesus, obviously completely different from this public schooling here, and yeah, it's what you're really taught in public schooling here with the school uniforms and such. It's basically a rigid uniformity of thinking. So they don't want a unique expression of humanity. It gets back to the urban thing. What they're desirous of are workers, drones. A sort of hive mind, right? And even the idea of the way that bees buzz, it really does make one think, with the digital technologies, the electronic technologies, even the electricity, right, or the electricity that powers this sort of behemoth. It does make one wonder if there's something to that. They want a hive mind, bees buzz, the refresh rate or the hertz of the electricity also buzzes as well. I mean, I don't know. Are they looking to nature and trying to sort of, in a sort of like jujitsu or judo, use the momentum of nature against nature herself. There's certainly something to that. But the good thing about this is I do think there is a sort of I call it a quickening. There's there is a divergence of thinkers, and it really is. You're seeing it all across social media, and of course, even in your locality, or I see it in my locality at least, where people are beginning to talk about things that I would have never expected to have conversations with them about. And, a lot of it's against the indoctrination, and which is a part of the spirituality, the spiritual process. And I think there is a renaissance coming. You can feel it. There's a rebirth of man that is approaching. And, it's quite exciting. Of course, it's a very terrifying and dangerous time to be alive, but it's also a very exciting time to be alive. And I think with the danger comes endless possibility. And I think, I really do think there's going to, in this new age that approaches, I think people are going to have a far more well-rounded view of not just themselves and their communities, and become far more communal in terms of their spirit, but they're going to understand the spark that provides them vitality. They're going to understand the fragment of God within themselves. So, yeah, I definitely think there's something afoot in terms of how humanity is transitioning and transforming in this new age.
Yeah, are any of you guys familiar with Bruce Lipton's allegory of the butterfly and the cocoon? Human society is put forth as an analogy as a cocoon of a butterfly. And in the catharsis stage of the butterfly, there's things called the imaginal cells, which envision the building of the butterfly and its wings. And so a lot of the cells die when the caterpillar goes into the cocoon because they're no longer going to do the caterpillar things. And the cells in the analogy are said to wonder, like, what's going on? Why has the work stopped? It looks like this is the end. And so you could kind of see that the bifurcation of people in a time like now, where you have some people that are like, this is a time of great opportunity right now. If things crash, then we can begin again and we can create a new system. This is going to be amazing. And other people are thinking, this is going to crash. This is the end. We can't survive this. This is going to be the last road for us. This is the end of days. And so in the analogy, it said that those who can see the spark of the imaginal cell and understand that have hope to be able to survive and create the new system with them. But those who are unable to see the spark of hope in the times of challenge and transformation are doomed to fall with those times, or to try to cling to them as they disappear. So it's interesting to see those two different states of mind. Now, I've always been a person that's been seeing the advantages to transformation in times of challenge like now. And I've always wanted to be able to be a leader through those challenging times. But I've seen other people that are involved in the spiritual world that are talking about more about, oh, people need to know about these terrible things that are coming right now. The world is going to a bad place, and we need to prepare for all these terrible things. And to me, I think to myself, I don't know if I could see what you see. And the more I speak to these people, they talk more about karma and the return of Saturn, talking about, I need to be punished for the things I've done in this life, in my past, and in things I've done in my past life. I need to experience the consequences of things that I did in my past life during this life. And to me, that kind of stuff doesn't seem to resonate with me, with the way that I see mysticism and spirituality. And I feel like the feel of needing to be forgiven by God and other people in your community can be really hard for people to gain the approval of others. Whereas in shadow work, we see that by self-forgiveness, that transformation can be made. Also, by forgiving the others who we previously blamed for our own issues is a huge leap forward. So I think by stepping away from the focus on the external and what other people are thinking or feeling, have to be able to grant you permission to do, and then shifting that focus into the internal, to being able to set things right within you and come to greater self-mastery and understanding within. I feel like that is a place where you can free yourself from the needs of being able to be forgiven by others, to be able to move forward. And I feel like it's a big part of this is by forgiving yourself and then having a willingness to change, to do things better, is the pivotal move that makes this work out for everybody if you're doing it on your own in self-mastery. Now, if you were just to forgive yourself and continue in your transgressive ways, that can probably be one of the worst curses you could have, because you feel like you've been forgiven and you're moving forward, but you've really stepped back. And unless we're able to make progress in this transformation with self-forgiveness, it can be detrimental. But I think a lot of us know that when we go through things like shadow work and self-mastery work, to leave things the way they were, it's just not going to work, because if you don't change, nothing changes.
I think that's rather a beautiful insight to bring. If you don't change, nothing changes. It's profound, isn't it? It's obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious, but it's profound. I think that's like really what it comes to with the dangers. Now we're getting into like the meat and potatoes for people that have been waiting. I know we've been waffling, but there's method to the madness, and there's madness driving the method. So woohoo! Have fun. No. This, it was also mentioned eurythmy. My beloved, she is a eurythmic person. Eurythmy. Steiner school, right? So they studied eurythmy. And she's connected to Steiner in more ways through her family since she was a child, her parents and everything, or Steiner disciples, if we can use those words. And so obviously as a child she was going ahead, eurythmy. Very interesting how the postures, she was showing me some of the postures of eurythmy, how they relate to the Rosicrucian postures. I was like, wow. Of course, Steiner was such a big Rosicrucian, so go figure he would invent a dance that involves all the ritualistic postures of the Rosicrucian tradition, which were technically secret. So for those of you that don't know, eurythmy it's a doorway into magic. But getting to the point of controlling the world, controlling nature, gaining sort of this implement of direction and dynamic focus to control the world. I think this is one of the main things that's fundamental to the problems with the occult practices, because we tend to want to take charge of everything. Yes, it is off. Sorry, I can't talk to you now because I'm in a live, my boy. I love you.
I just want to spend time with you.
Okay, but don't talk to me. Don't make me talk to you. Is that a deal? That's my 8-year-old. So, yeah, shh, quietly. So, this whole principle of eurythmy, reflecting this control, is rather the key to understanding this magical practice of summoning, of creating spells to manifest our desires. And I think it comes down to this whole choosing. Just give me a moment. Josh, if you touch another thing on that desk, I'm going to ask you to leave. Is that fair enough? Because you're making a lot of noises. It's putting me off. That's reasonable, yeah? So don't touch anything on the desk, nothing. Because you make a noise every time you do. So, sorry, I'm having to play daddy here while I'm on a live. But, I do think that this is really where the crux comes from, because now we're talking about this Manipura chakra, this solar plexus center, as it's bringing the rule, the law bringer, the structure, which is then being driven by our desires. So that control and dynamic charge of Saturn being focused through our desires towards manifesting cycles that are becoming habitual. And so the habitual cycles are what become the habitat, which is the root chakra. And so these three centers focused represent the three fundamental principles. And so the Hermetic 7 principles are really 3 principles, if we really look at them. There are 3 principles. I keep pulling up this diagram, but I mean, darn, it's a damn good diagram. It's relevant. It's relevant to every conversation. And I try not to put it up. I told myself I'm not going to put it up, but like, it's very hard to have a conversation without pulling up this diagram.
007
honest, what's that, brother?
is the 007 diagram, so to speak.
Yes, it's 007. Oh my gosh, I even named it 007. Isn't that hilarious?
That's awesome. It is.
It's so funny because I named it 007 because I just didn't know what to call it. But yeah, we see this, you know, you can look at it. And then here I've presented the 7 chakras and the 7 Hermetic principles. And I think, you know, it gives us an insight. Yeah. So you got these 3 fundamental principles. And then cycled again, 3 fundamental principles. And then cycled again, 3 fundamental principles. And then you'll see that of the 3 fundamental principles, will exists within 2 circles. Of the 3 fundamental principles, memory exists within 2 circles. And then we see that you've got inspiration and sensation as being a polarity of 1, right? And you've got intuition and imagination and instinct as being sort of 3 aspects of 1. And so you've got the 1, 2, and the 3 coming out here in various different patterns. You could even take it down to the 3 of inspiration, intuition, and memory, being the highly functional mental sphere. And then memory, imagination, and will, being the highly functioning emotional sphere. When we become emotional, we imprint memories. And please be quiet when you close the door. Thank you, my sweetheart. Loud. Children. And then will, instinct, and sensation becoming the 3 imprintable spheres of our mental construct, right? So our mental construct is really about processing these mental processes in the body, which drives us through these 3 lower chakras. And so we're talking about the will, the instinct, and sensation. Sensation being about the cycles that we get locked into, habitat. You are sensitive to your habitat. Instincts being that manifestation behind our desires. Desires become instinctual. And will being the manifestation of the Mani center, Manipura, which is activating. So you see these 3 principles transmute themselves into the 7, and they repeat themselves with memory and will having 2 counterparts of each, which actually brings us back to the enneagram. So however you look at it, you know, the enneagram, the 7 principles of Hermes, it all seems to come back to the same place, 3 fundamental principles. And so in magic, we often speak about the law of 3, right? Things are done in rituals are created in cycles of 3. And that sort of brings us to an interesting point, right? Because there is me, there is the universe, and then there is what's happening between us. And this becomes the fundamental structure. This is why you've got the triangle representing 3, and that 3 triangle is the triangle with the square and the circle, bringing us back towards 3. And then we'll see as we look at this very carefully that, you know, the circle and the square hold the same resonant frequencies. And that brings us to the completion of all of these 3, brings us back to F sharp, whichever way we look at it. And so that becomes our connection to nature. And I think that when we do magic, we become locked in with the earth's etheric grid. We become sort of, what's the word? Bound by her frequencies, where we're not naturally bound by the earth frequencies. What do you guys think about that?
About what? And you said something about being
About
bound by
doing magic, like the cause and effects. Because we are desiring to change things on the physical plane, we're now stuck and locked into the physical plane by the act of wanting to change it.
right?
I feel like the green of nature
And I
has
think this is
created-
where the pitfalls start to manifest.
Yeah, there's a lot of pitfalls here. I feel like the green of nature has been obfuscated by the green of money and mammonism. And through like the Saturnian contemplations, like we've gone from contemplating how to sow and harvest crops to being able to contemplating like how to sow and harvest like manipulation to get like extract money out of the deal. And so we've kind of lost like the enriching factor of nature and replaced it with the seeking of riches. And I feel like there's been an obfuscation of the greens. Now, green comes from like the combination of yellow being joy and blue being sorrow. But you could also say that blue and yellow could represent tranquility and joy. But in both situations, we have like a calmness and an excitement being integrated together to create green. And so when you have that calmness, that's something that should go forth and be, I would think that the calmness should be primary and that the joy should be secondary. But it seems like when we've combined this new green, people are seeking the joy of indulgence and the joy of rewards and the joy of an end, whereas they're not seeing the tranquility in the means as much. And so I think when we have calmness in nature, it can help us yield joy by having the patience to allow the crops to grow. But when we have calmness and patience in the circles of money, it leads to our detriment. And in this society and civilization, disagreeableness has been rewarded and allowed for upward mobility. Agreeableness has been discriminated and kept at a bottom rung. And so women that are discriminated, it's oftentimes because of their agreeableness, their ability to be able to compromise and integrate and work with others that allows them to never be able to climb up that ladder of upward mobility in capitalistic, fallen patriarchal society. The only the ones who are disagreeable that will be able to take moves to disintegrate and to divide people are going to be the ones that are being rewarded with upward mobility in fallen society that is collapsing now. So I feel like there's two different types of green, and I think the green man is trying to draw us back out of these cages, back into nature, where we could start to harvest our own crops again, from these cages of money counting and hiding away in the darkness.
I think that's an interesting point you bring up, hiding away in the darkness. I think there's a lot to be said by looking at that. And darkness to me represents ignorance. And because of money, we tend to ignore a lot of stuff, right? Because it's not making us money, right? Because we're living in a highly competitive world where you got to make money. Do I have time for this? No, it's not making me money. Do I have time for that? No, ignore that. Ignore. Ooh, making me money. Good. And so we're sort of trained by the society that we're in due to the economic restrictions and fundamental sort of structuring of society based upon money on all levels, like even just to eat and have, somewhere to live and everything else relates to money, that we are forced to become ignorant of where we're at, of our reality, of what's going on in our world fundamentally, And so this repression becomes automatic, or this suppression, because we're suppressing parts of our experience of reality in order to focus on that narrow bandwidth of money. What is my Saturnian will exerting through my desires, what I want to get in terms of money, and how I'm going to manifest this in my environment by making it a part of my cycles, making it a part of my habitual comings and goings. I want to change this world, this habitat that I'm in, to face and reflect the things that I want in it. And so this causes us, I think, to become very jaded. And that jade is interesting here. So the Taoists, let's look at the Tao for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. The Taoists had a lot to say about jade. They love jade. I wonder if jade causes us to be less jaded. Or what is jade and being jaded all about? This is quite interesting. Because like to be jaded is to just be seeing like what you want to see, right? And money sort of gives us that opportunity to see what we want to see. Because if we have enough money, we can sculpt our personal reality around us to be what we want it to be, right? Choose who we want in our reality, right? If you're a billionaire, you can like basically who you want. If you decide you're going to throw a party, right? And you're like Elon Musk, and you start inviting people to your party, they're probably going to come to your party because you're Elon Musk, if that makes sense. They'll be like, the musketeer will be there, like, of course, you're going to have a trumpeter there playing trumpets. So then there's going to be some good trumpeteering. And we know that trumpets are blowing their own trumpets, and musketeers like they're doing the trumpeter reach around so that, the trumpeter and the musketeer are very close. Shower buddies, shall we say. And so we see this, reflected in our political circles, our financial circles, society we're living in. Yeah, please excuse me for those little naughty jokes. I can't stop myself when I see those two. I think to myself, what is going on with these two? There's something very strange happening here. Like what an unlikely partnership, But it's a soap. It's not us. It's the soap. Soap keeps slipping out of our hands. But I do think that when you break it down to a certain degree and start looking at this sort of systemic control, I believed as a child that money was at the root of all evil, and so money represents the eighth sphere. Right. So now we're getting into like the more occult side of it. So money is our physical reflection of the commodity-based lifestyle of the eighth sphere of those beings that were cast down. We discussed this in previous talks. It's been the theme here in the Truth Sayer networks. It's been discussed in the round table to length. Steiner brought a lot of knowledge into it. So did the Theosophists, where he was originally a Theosophist, very embedded in Madame Blavatsky's work originally.
Now, what did you say money was the eighth layer of?
Money is a reflection of this eighth spheres. I've got to go and check this beeping thing because it can't be my new system. I paid a fortune for a new system with 5 kilowatt hours backdrop of power. Can't be that thing beeping. Must be the other one. Yeah, it's the other one. I got a little system, which is an old system, which is a small system, UPS system. I've got this huge UPS system that like you can barely pick it up. It's massive. It's got like a 5 kilowatt hour battery because we've got no electricity here now at the moment. So I'm running on borrowed power, shall we say. So the fundamental structure of this reality sort of brings to boot this notion of commodity-based lifestyle. So in the eighth sphere, basically, it's a funnel and it's a bottomless pit. And it was created out of a carved part of the etheric field where beings were trapped in that eighth sphere because they couldn't keep up with the flow of time, because they were facing in the proverbial wrong direction. I know this is quite a lot to follow, but it's got to do with your evolution, your genetic alignment, and the frequency of your genetic vibration has to be in a movement in accordance with the vibrational shifts of the world. These morphic fields that we speak about root through our DNA systems. And if our DNA vibrational pitch isn't in alignment with the rooting frequency of the generation of humanity and the consciousness functional structures of humanity, binding the animal kingdoms and the mineral kingdoms and all the kingdoms within that vibrational field of humanity's consciousness, then the DNA cannot reflect itself within you. And those beings are from a different time and a different age, with their evolution moving in a different direction to the evolution of humanity and life here. So they're unable to take form in the physical plane. So they're stuck in that moving the wrong direction, where at some point they're going to go through the proverbial grinder. And in order to prevent themselves from going through the proverbial grinder, they have to link into this world and use the 7 deadly sins, call it that, which are beings that give them an anchor or a route to the living, so that they're able to funnel our life force into the 8th sphere, which is currency. And so this psychic vampirism becomes the form of etiquette within the 8th sphere, in order to bring the currency of soul potential, of power, of life energy into the 8th sphere, so that they can use that to keep up, to maintain the 8th sphere, because it wants to break down. So they need to continually maintain the 8th sphere, and they need this spark of life that we have. And so this is why all the psychic vampirism with the entities that we know and hear about are so big. This is why all the SIR, satanic ritual abuse, SRI cults are doing what they're doing. This is why children get preyed on by, billionaires, and why we hear all these stories about terrible things being done to all sorts of people, especially younger people. And this has got to do with the siphoning of this life force potential. And this is a currency. And so this currency has now been taken and reflected here as money. And that money is now what rules our lives, because in the 8th sphere, that currency of that soul potential rules the lives of that. So money was put in front of us so that we would be corruptible, because people will sell out their values and their ethics and their integrity for money, because money is power that can give you anything. And so you see people selling their souls for money, literally. So there's people on every street corner, like, got a soul to sell. I'm selling my soul. You give me money. Look at prostitution as a sad example of this, right? Just one example, with people getting used to getting easy money, or they're in a bad situation, they don't have a choice, whatever it is. And there's 100 other objective versions of the same paradigm and dilemma, where people are losing their soul's potential and their integrity energy towards the acquisition of money. And so I think that this is rather fundamental to the magical art, because the magical art is about contracting. And so very often when we're contracting, there are these other beings that are part of our contract. And so it's like when you have a contract and you've got a business, you're building a house, you need to have laborers, and you've got to be able to pay them all. And so you've got to have a ledger, right? And the ledger, you got to basically make sure that everybody gets their share. And so it starts to become expensive. And so this is where the expenses of magic are not easily seen. The price of magic is not really evaluated by the students very often that are practicing the magic, because they are tunnel visioned, they are ignorant, they are seeing their desires, they are seeing their goals, what they want to manifest. They're not looking at the bigger picture. What is the cost? Because there's a cost for everything. And so I think this becomes the engine through which we start to manifest all of these dark consequences, which I think we're probably going to get into soon. How does that tally for you guys so far as a conceptual alignment?
Yeah, I can dig it. With this, Cosmic?
Hmm?
You see.
What'd you say?
Did I put Cosmic to sleep? What about the Fae and currency? Go on. Tell us
The
about
Fae?
it.
And currency?
Yeah,
I guess maybe
currency.
they have
What
more of
do
a
they
bartering
trade?
system because they often talk about the Fae. They have a relationship. They call them. They don't really call themselves the Fae. They call themselves the Ezethian. They're the Ezethian beings, which are basically like a Fae-like, and they trade technology with the with elves from different Zarfexes, and they kind of exchange information. I think with nature, there always is a kind of a give and take, and just in terms of sharing goods and sharing services. And I'm not really of the opinion that money is really the root of all evil. I think because I think if you look at us, like we have jobs, we technically have money and we technically have things, and we're not corrupted by those things necessarily. I think there's nothing wrong with just making enough money to just survive and get by and have a job. I think when it comes to the root of like control and mind manipulation, I think it goes back to narcissism, because I've been taking a lot of time, studying narcissism and cluster B personality disorders. And what I'm fascinated with narcissists is how they're able to convince themselves of lies, right? They can come up with a lie about a situation, about themselves, about something that happened. They can completely create a story out of thin air that has no correspondence with reality. And they can convince themselves it's real. They can like lie to people and they can lie to themselves. And I think the thing about narcissists is that, these people, they have this delusional confidence that allows them to kind of get the things that they want. And people become attracted to that. People who don't have confidence, people who don't have a lot of stuff, like, ooh, that guy's really like, confident. He's got a lot of personality. I want to be like that guy. And that's kind of like, and I've been thinking too about cults. What cults really are is basically people who pine for that narcissist, that power that the narcissist has. And often what happens in cults is that you get a very rigid set of ideas and concepts. And then whenever there's any kind of doubt or cognitive dissonance, you have these mechanisms in place to kind of, silence out the doubt, be it a mantra, some kind of like punishment ritual. And I think what's happening, what I'm going to realize with a lot of these cults, is that they're actually, what the cult indoctrination is normal people trying to act like a narcissist. But the thing is, with most normal people, they don't have an ability to lie to themselves like that, because they'll start noticing contradictions. They'll start noticing, things that are wrong. And then the people in the cult are like, oh, this person's evil. This person's a detractor. But it's the same pathology as the narcissist spread out amongst a group setting of people. And I think once you kind of understand that sort of personality dynamic, that there's it's almost like when you think about people who are like really like sociopathic or cluster B, it's like they're almost a different kind of person. They're like this different kind of demonic, soul, and they can camouflage themselves as, any type of person that walks around. So I think when it comes to, methods of control, the thing you also have to understand is that, when the elites, they do like, because you guys talk about how the elites control people, but those controllers, they do those same methods on themselves. They tell those same lies to themselves. So it's almost like on a weird level, it's like they're not even conscious of what they're doing. It's almost like they're a conduit for some kind of darker entity that sort of moves through them.
Yeah, that kind of brings me back to something we were talking about earlier when Franklin was talking about telling his son not to lie and the disadvantages of lying. I feel like when you lie, there's one thing that people are aware of, that people may not trust you if they find out. There's another thing, though, that people don't really consider, is that two different things, actually. If you're lying, one thing is you may not realize when you're lying to yourself. And you might also be in a situation where if you're lying and you may not be able to identify others who are lying. But people who speak truth and choose to stay in truth will usually be able to see right through lies and be able to identify them as false. And so by lying, you take that away from yourself, and the ability to see through nonsense, misinformation, and disinformation can become lost. So I feel like it's something that things are convenient. Money's convenient. Lies are convenient in our society that's based on egoism and separation and benefit at the cost of others' detriments. So I feel like I don't personally think that money itself is evil, but I do know that the love of money can be evil, especially when it replaces the love for nature or the love of humankind or the love of the divine. There's certain things that are deserving of love as a priority more than others, and money just to me should not be one of them. I feel like money can be practical and may be like a necessity somewhat in our civilization, but in nature it's definitely not a necessity at all. The only use for it might be toilet paper or kindling.
I love that toilet paper. Welcome, dear brother Shinobi, General Shinobi. It's lovely to have you on the crew. It's been a while. General Shinobi's been in a number of the roundtables over the course of the last sort of year or 8 months, however long it's been. He's a wonderful thinker. He's a wonderful out there, creative, impulsive channeler of all sorts of interesting information, and he does a lot of really in-depth research into various different occult systems that's happening, the systemic controls, and also an intuitively gifted person and a parent, which makes quite a it's quite a big thing, really. Having to really it pushes you to look at your shadow. So he's a lovely guy. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. Give
Hey
us
guys.
a few moments of what you're about.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, cool. So I'm camming through my phone at the minute. Yeah, it's been a while. It's good to see you all. Yeah, I've been making notes. I've been listening the whole time, getting the train home, and listening to you guys. My brain's just been firing with loads of different weaves, and I won't go through the whole list, but I've really been enjoying the conversation so far. And yeah, with money, you guys are talking about money and like what it means and stuff. How I view money is you can do it different ways, but it could either be Ma and then Ni, like Ma being the mother, and then Saturn ruling the knees as well. So it's like Ma and then Ni. Because with money, it's energy, and money is like we measure, like money is time is money. So, and money is also green, like the dollar bill. So there's definitely a link to Saturn there. And also I view anything ending with E, even if it's EY, as energy. So I see money as kind of one energy. It's our collective energy, which used to be gold. We used to trade gold coins, which has a solar energy, and that was probably the golden age. Whereas now, money's been kind of digitalized, which is more of a lead energy, more of a heavy energy, because you don't actually have anything physical. It's all computer based, all ones and zeros. So yeah, I thought I'd just add that to the mix.
yeah, that's a big shift. Our money is no longer backed by gold like it should be, and Fort Knox has been empty for a long time, and in America, in the States here, anyways. But it's said that in the advent of gold as currency by Amun Ra, it was also a shift where they made the temple priestesses, the high priestesses, into temple prostitutes during that time, in that shift during his regime. And to me, I feel like that's a very Enlilite kind of archetype. It strikes me as like a Marduk type of move, very misogynistic, slave mongering, war mongering, and very manipulative of the way society had been built, and kind of restructuring of things for our detriment. We've been in a place where women have been in a discriminated place in our patriarchal system for a long time, but women still have the power of the home. They make the decisions in the home. They do most of the purchasing of goods and things. They determine what kind of nest egg is going to be worthwhile enough for her to give it the time of day. And so I think without women driving this, men would probably still be living in caves. We don't really need too much, but to please that princess and the pea, we'll do just about anything.
And so this brings us into, I suppose, the roots of the conversation. We're talking about this money story, and like you say, money isn't the thing that's evil. I think money is just a hook that is easy to get people hooked onto. For example, it's very easy to make people jealous or envious because of money, for spirits that wish to get our energy, right? Look at that person's lifestyle. Look at your lifestyle. Look at what they get to, how they get to live. Look how you get to live because of money. So that envious, it can also feed the monster of greed, because you got money, you can have anything you want. The more money you got, the more you get to have, and you get greedy. You want more of the good things in life. And so it can feed the greed monster, because I get this fundamental thing that, like, I don't think we were meant to have that much. I think we were meant to have a certain amount. But now you get people that, like, one person can own an island, like an entire island, because they got the money to buy it. Now that's my private island. Or an estate that, to get to the other side of my property, you need a horse or a motorbike, that kind of nonsense. And then, of course, on that estate and on that property, you've got, like, your own personal golf course and your own personal, amusement park. And I knew a guy who had an amusement park on one of his properties. His son's own personal amusement park. He had his own motorbike rally tracks and his own lake his father had built for him, like a water place where he had all sorts of water things on the water you could ride around on, and water sports toys, and all these different things. And this guy's, I was just like, holy crap, this is the kid's toys. Like, this kid's toys is enough property to house like 100 families. It's just the kid's toys, That's not even the important stuff. The guy was like a multi-billionaire. Anyway, my point being that this is often how, this is. And luckily I wasn't somebody of envy to be like, oh, I wish I had that. I thought, well, seems a bit pointless, like this kid's so rich, he's got all this stuff, he just doesn't have any friends. That's a bit sad, but that's often how it works. There's a swing in the balance. When you've got a lot of money, it's hard to make good friendships, because many of the friendships you make, people are out to get some money, right? This is unfortunately the way the world works. So, imagine you're a multi-billionaire and all the women want to be with you, because the woman that marries you becomes a billionaire, right? It would be really hard to find a relationship, because everybody would be pretending to be so in love with you, pretending to be your best friend, pretending to be, can you imagine? Like, it would add a whole lot of layers. And if you've had to be tunnel visioned in order to stay a millionaire or get the money, it makes it all the more difficult to see the truth, like Indy was saying a little while ago. So I just get the sense that this is rather a fundamental thing to the currency. And so now we start looking at, the contracts necessary for summoning. Summoning is one of the things that actually got the conversation going. There was a novice speaking in Slick Dissident's group, and he was talking about summoning, and I was like, whoa, hold the horses. Do you understand how big a deal summoning is And he was like, oh, well, I've summoned. No, I've done summoning. And told me about a time when he was looking at sigils and he got like the hairs in the nape of his neck rising and he was feeling something like presence, whatever. And I was like, dude, that's not summoning. That's just becoming aware of, you know. And so we've been sort of taught by these chaos magic ideas that it's so easy to just summon something. You just do this. And it's like the difference between an invitation and a summons. In a courtroom, what's the difference between a summons and an invitation? Well, an invitation means you can go into court, sit where you want, do what you want, and leave when you want. A summons in court means you have to hand yourself over to the bailiff, who will then escort you to your box where you get imprisoned within the courtroom. You are then forced to practice in accordance with the demands of court. You aren't free to do what you want. You aren't free to say what you want. You answer the questions that are asked of you. And when the court is done with you, the court sends you away. That's a summons. An invitation is different. An invitation is, hey, come along. You could be sitting in the back of the court heckling the people if you want. Sure, the judge will get annoyed and kick you out of the court, but you have that option, right? You wouldn't automatically be in contempt of court. You'd first get thrown out of the court because the person who's been summoned has had to sign on the dotted line to agree to be in court and to practice with that, because you're part of the court proceeding. So, and that's just a legal sort of aspect of how this works. It works in the same way legally because the legal is put in context with the energetic reality. So the summoning of beings is a big deal. And it involves tying beings and basically controlling beings. The ethics of summoning has to be questioned, right? Because you're taking the free will away from another being, fundamentally, if you think about what summoning represents. So there's a certain dark element to summoning to begin with. And you're putting your Saturnian will to tune the rhythm of the situation so that you can control the habitat, the cause and effect loop within the habitat that being is able to manifest. And in the old times, beings that were summoned would be sometimes locked into objects, right? So we hear the story of Simbad with the lamp, right? What's the lamp story? Lamps were very easy to put beings into because the lamp would be a physical object of the earth that has the water, the fluid in it, that produces the fire, that sucks the air to move through the lamp so that it can make the fire. So you've got all four elements represented within the lamp. The lamps would have often been used to imprison summoned beings so that the summoned beings are now trapped within that lamp to be used at whim by the magician that has summoned those beings. And so the danger there is an obvious one, right? These beings don't want to be locked up. They don't want to be bound. When you get summoned to court, are you like, yay, I'm going to court? Or you're like, damn, I've been summoned to court. I don't want to go, but I have to go, or else. Nobody wants to go to court, right? So being summoned to court is not a good thing. It means that your natural life is being disrupted by this whole court process. So at the end of the day, summoning is something to be questioned. And this is why traditionally, you can go lie in my bed and you can go sleep there. I'll come and hug and kiss you just now. Okay, give me like 15 minutes. I love you, my sweetheart. So this whole summoning thing has been very carefully set up by invocationalists in order to account for every possibility and to construct an energetic cage around this being that's being summoned, because the being doesn't want to be there and it might be vindictive and want vengeance against you for summoning it, right? So there's all these very interesting relations. The invocation of a being is not the summoning of a being, but the invocation of the being leads to the summoning of a being, if one chooses to summon the being invoked. To just invoke a being is to bring a being present. Then there is possession. One can choose to become possessed by a being, if one chooses to, in order to make something happen. One can choose to become possessed by a being in order to bring information through that one doesn't have access to. This is mediumship. One can become possessed by a being inadvertently without choosing to be possessed by a being. This is the dark side of mediumship, when like you start losing the plot. So there are all of these realities with regards to invocation, bringing beings in. Then there's the casting of spells, right? The neuro-linguistic backlash of a spell that's badly cast can leave a neuro-linguistic imprint upon the unconscious of the caster, which can have huge ramifications upon the actual persona, which will feed back to and leak into the ego, creating a certain potential of corruption. And so this corruption is rather fundamental. Sorry, I've just got to go and lock the door quickly. Give me a second. But do please tell me what you think.
Yeah, when you were talking, I was thinking of invocation and divok. I believe divok in Hebrew means to invoke an evil spirit. And backwards, that's COVID. So COVID-19 could be divok AI. So to invoke an evil spirit or to implant artificial intelligence into us, rather than us connecting with the ether or plasma or the force all around us. We're detached from that via various means, and that would make way for the artificial intelligence, which might be machines, but also I see it as humans being turned into machines, like our thinking becoming more mechanical and stuff. So yeah, you mentioned invoke and envoke, but divok in Hebrew is to bring forth an evil spirit. I'm not sure if you've heard of that, or if anyone knows that to be true. But yeah, I can elaborate on that. So you guys were talking earlier about pressure, and I was thinking of PSI, which is what measures pressure. And then the PSIOP, the PSIOP, was the personal social indoctrination or personal social invocation during the cowpoke. And then that would be the individual, which I can kind of see as the inner divine dial. It's where we get our orientation of knowing who we are, where we are, and where we're going. And then what else did I write down here? Yeah, but earlier you guys were talking about if you're colorblind or you're blind, your other senses are enhanced. And I just had a sudden thought that when people wear a mask, could their hearing become slightly higher attuned, or would they be more susceptible to certain frequencies? And also, would their eyesight become more attuned, or if they're not letting as much light out of their mouth, would more light be coming from their eyes? And as people are isolated and using technology more, blue screens, would more energy be taken from people? And I know that's a bit of a tangent, because you're talking about invoking. That's why I mentioned divok, which is to bring forth an evil spirit.
Yeah, brother. Sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, that's all really interesting. I feel like with evocation and invocation, those are two different things. And with Divok, that sounds like it's like an even more evil version of invocation, which is already evil in itself. When we're summoning a creature and taking away its free, a spirit, and taking away its free will, that's inherently evil in itself, and so that's gonna muster up resentment or retaliation or whatever it may be, bitterness at the very least. So when it comes to high magic, we're trying to ascertain the manifestation of the person's individual will, which in itself is very unbalanced. We're trying to impose the personal will upon the collective will or the will of others. And so it's already taking away from the free will of others as well, just by the nature of it in itself. And now where there's an evocation, I feel like you can call up and muster up a spirit, like people call in their spirit guides, that they may be invited to come and guide and assist. But it's not taking away from their free will. They can choose not to come if they so choose. And I feel like there's a very inherent difference between those two courses of action.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that just kind of goes back to like the ancient like Solomonic grimoires, where they would basically take the demon or the jinn or the spirit or whatever, and they would bind it to Solomon's triangle. So I think that's been kind of like, that idea of binding spirits has been going on for the test of time. What I always found fascinating, and this is kind of why I got into the Fae, because like so much of occultism and so much of magic, it's always angels and demons, angels and demons, angels and demons everywhere. I never hear anybody talk about the Fae, but now I'm starting to think about, like, in terms of how magic is done, now it's starting to make sense, because if you think about angels, what they kind of represent, these are basically servants created by God, created by the Almighty. So these are already beings that are sort of in service with this divine creator with a specific plan. And so if you're kind of aligned yourself with the will of the creator, the angel listens to you. Likewise, the demons are also supposed to, they follow a hierarchy of Satan. And so there's also this kind of like line of command, and not to mention that most of these demons were former angels who, fell from heaven. Whereas the Fae are these feral, they're not really bound by a specific religion. They're not bound by they're bound by mythology, but not bound by like a specific religion. So because these are much wilder spirits, not only they're hard to control and hard to keep track of. And my kind of understanding is that the reason you probably don't want to capture or trap one of these spirits is they'll kind of signal their friends to come after you. Like, hey, it's like, hey, I've been, captured, and the rest of the fairy tribe will kind of come and mess with you. And for me, with the Fae and my relationship with, it's always been a friendship. It's like they basically tell me, it's like the reason we help you out and the reason we give you insight is because we know you. You're our friend. You're basically part of our family, and we trust you. We're not necessarily, talking to strangers, because like you said, these spirits, they don't want to be trapped. They, don't want to be, bound or whatever. And maybe it's because we're sort of taught to be like afraid of spirits and like be kind of like, freaked out by them. That like, oh my God, we got to control them. In the same way, if you have like a wild animal, you feel compelled to put them in a cage or put a leash on them, because like, oh my God, this thing is dangerous. We don't, but I think if you learn to be like respectful to spirits and just kind of talk to them like a normal person, like, hey, if you have some free time, can you talk to me? I'd really appreciate it. And just, be friendly and polite. Usually they respond to etiquette in the same way that people do. And I think part of the problem is, especially with the chaos magic, is that a lot of people, with chaos magic, a lot of people, they don't really believe in what they're doing as much. To a lot of chaos magicians, a lot of this is just psychology. They don't even, I've met these people and talked to them. Some of them, they don't believe in the supernatural at all. Then spirits, afterlife, no, none of that's real, but they just like the aesthetic of magic. Even though they're total hardcore atheist materialist types, there's still a part of them that's drawn to magic and the occult, even if their mind doesn't necessarily want to accept them. And I think they take that same kind of that rationalist, logical approach they take to life and science, and they take that same logic and apply it to magic and the occult. That's why they're kind of like, well, it's not really about, the specific spirits. It's all about the results. That's all they really care about. It's just getting the results, which I guess goes back to your whole theme on desire. But I don't know where I was going along with this. I went on a bunch of tangents, but I think that's kind of why I was really interested with the Fae, because it's like I didn't really hear a whole lot of stuff written about them. It's like there's this other category. It's like, wait, what is that? And you don't hear a lot of people talking about it. It's like, I want to investigate this because I kind of have I feel like I have a weird kinship with these types of beings, or this archetype kind of represents my personality, because I myself am kind of a wild trickster type that doesn't really follow the rules, or doesn't really trust authority, and really believes in the power of nature. So I think it's just like that. It's just the desire to control that comes from fear.
Yeah, I too can relate to like calling in guides to help, and like calling in my spirit animal totem to help, and feeling like there's no pressure there, knowing that this is like a peaceful relationship. And I watch a lot of these movies where they're invoking these evil spirits, and there's always like a small detail that's different than the other stories. And one of the ones that I've heard recently was that once the demon has inhabited the individual and possessed them, you have to kill the host, and you can never get that demon to come away. And later in the film, it kind of developed where there are other ways, but they're just not very likely to work after the demon has inhabited the possessed long enough. There's no hope after a while. But there seems to be like a lot involved in all of this, and it's almost like you can fix your problems, but you engender more problems in doing so. And I feel like ultimately you're like digging a hole. If you start this process to be able to make things work out for you, when you go into these blunders and these challenges afterwards, when things turn back on you, you're just gonna end up becoming one of these demons yourself. It seems this is a very dark situation compared to other situations where people are doing like miraculous healing and they call in their spirit guides, and they're here and they're helping them in a peaceful relationship. It's a very opposite type of experience that they can engender.
Now that's an interesting point. Shamanism, for example, is pure high magic, and it's pure evocational high magic. So it's not like I want to control this, I want to control that, I want to control this. No, there's an objective, and I want the spirit to guide me. I don't need to choose what this is. So shamanism is like very different in that it's not, you're not invoking, you're evoking. You're not deciding, I want to speak to this guide now. You're like, which of my guides are coming to me now is the relevant message? What is the message? What do I need to do to fix what's wrong? So it's really about what's wrong that needs to be fixed. It's not about, I want a new pair of shoes. I want a new car. I want a new girlfriend. I want a new building to live in. I want a new, I don't know, fame. I want a new, all the other rubbish that people generally get stuck in, right? I want more power. I want more money. I want more, whatever it is, People tend to get trapped in whatever their weakness is. And we've all got weaknesses that can trap us. Yeah. And so money just becomes a vehicle to help get us trapped in our weaknesses so that we can be exploited. I think shamanism, this is why shamanism is unique. It can't be practiced and studied and learned. People are called to become shaman. And usually it's trauma related. Usually it's trauma, severe illness, death experiences, something like that, which is heavy, shocking experience that forces one to look at reality and recognize that it's a dream time. And that becomes a process where one starts to sacrifice of oneself. And so one sacrifices oneself in order to find shamanism. People often ask me, so what's the shamanic initiation to become a shaman? For me, I think it's different for everybody. For me, it was like life and death, right? Like when my guides came to me and like were like, okay, this is what you need to do. I was like, okay, so what are the odds of surviving this? And everyone was like, I'm going to survive this? Really? Okay, well, let's go with it. You know, but I think like it's not like a prescribed thing. It's based upon your guides giving you opportunities to learn faith. And then having faith in the plan, in consciousness, in life to guide you in the chain of life that is extending through one's being. So shamanism is really about leaving the body, experiencing the inner, recognizing that we are made out of different creatures, that our heart is a different being, that the liver is a different being, that all the organs within our bodies are different beings, that all the tissues that make up these organs are communities, and that there's lots of different communities living with different beings. It's a whole ecosystem of potential just within this body, and that this body is part of a bigger body of humanity, and humanity is part of a bigger body of the ecosystem, and the ecosystem is part of the bigger body of the earth. The earth is part of the bigger body of the solar system, and so it goes, and so it goes, and so it goes. And that everything is following the same basic structure, and that there are only so many different factors that come into being. There are so many beings that are repeated within me, within the community, within nature, within the laws of nature, within. So all of these beings are somehow playing different roles. It's like you've got a huge play, but you only got 12 actors because there are only 12 actors on the stage at any one time. But there are actually about 500 characters. But these 12 actors are changing suits and playing their different roles in this huge play with all these different characters. But you can't tell necessarily that it's the same 12 actors because they're changing their garb. And so this is sort of like what we're driven to realize. And so this is how we recognize the guides are those fundamental intrinsic parts that are within us that happen to have reflections in the laws of nature and everything else. But it's about giving up control. And so this is why shamanism doesn't have the same kind of pitfall. There are pitfalls within shamanism, though. One can become addicted to the guides. One can become addicted to being in the center of this attention energy of the spectrum of the guides and the beings. One can become addicted to seeing truth and seeing more, and one can want to see more of the universe and see more revealed. When the hunger can become an insatiable hunger towards understanding all in the universe, which can actually force one to become detached from one's own emotional, moral, and ethical values. And this can cause an obsession that leads to the desire of power. So shaman are not necessarily protected completely. I think any path comes with its certain sense of dangers, and this essentially comes back to shadow work. I think shadow work is the base root of the story, because if we're doing our shadow work, we know what our weaknesses are, we know what our triggers are. What do you guys think, about shadow work as being the key?
I think shadow work or something like it is necessary to be able to be in that state of mind where you have built that resilience by confronting your challenges and dealing with your issues. When you just have had things go your way your whole life and you're used to getting things going your way, I could see where you'd be drawn to dark sorcery, where you just want to make things happen easily, the way that things shouldn't be going, the way that you want it to go. It doesn't take any resilience to be able to muster up those kind of desires and want to take those shortcuts in life. But to go through shadow work and to be able to actually reprogram yourself on how you see the world, to be able to come out on top and be in a place where you can move with the bumps in the road and it's not the end of the world when little things happen, and you can see the blessings in disguise when there's misfortune afoot. When you're in a place like that and you've been able to see things by having things not go your way, but being able to adjust, you'd be more willing to probably go into more of a white magic situation where you have beautiful magical things going and you like to invite other powers to come in and assist and guide through that process. And it comes from being in that place of mind to begin with for that whole process to happen in ease. But you can start off as a beginner and start to work on this stuff and start to gain guidance even when you're in the beginning stages of shadow work, to show you the road ahead. And spirit animals are usually a really good way for me. Everybody has their own little thing that appeals to them for that guidance.
How do you know what your spirit animal is? Because I've started sun gazing, doing a bit of shadow work recently for the past 2 weeks, and I think it might have been the first day or the second day. In the sky, there was when I was watching the sunrise, there was just one big cloud which looked exactly like a hummingbird, like a beautiful hummingbird, and it slowly changed into a cross between a rabbit and a horse. And I've never known what my spirit animal is, but yeah, how would you know? Is that a sign? I think it might be, but
the spirit animal of the shaman. And in order to tell what spirit animal is your spirit animal, usually it can be a few different things. You can either feel like you look like an animal, could be one thing. Just kind of resonate with the appearance of the animal and maybe its behaviors, perhaps too, either or the appearance or the behaviors of the animal. And then there's another thing where you feel a strong resonance with that animal because it's something you really respect. And it might be something other people don't respect, or it might be something that you just really respect more than others because you really appeal to something about it. It could just be something in its look, or something about the way its attitude that it has in life, or some of the actions that it does that you can relate to. But it can be a lot of things, but you'll know that if it's one that you just saw today but you haven't really seen before, and it made a good impression on you, and you're thinking of wanting to see it in the future, that could be a sign that it might be something really significant and of your own spirit totem. But usually if you see your spirit animal, it's something you've already kind of noticed for a while and you kind of relate to.
Yeah, I think mine might be a lemur. I've just always loved lemurs and how they are, and found out.
Did we lose?
Shinobi, he went black.
Shinobi. Are you with us, Shinobi?
With us to be lost sound or something. I'm not sure.
His screen also went black. So
what do you think, Franklin? What do you think about spirit animals? How can you tell what's your spirit animal? You got any ideas on this?
yeah, well, it's funny that he mentions the horse
Yeah.
and the rabbit. And he says, hummingbird. I've always sensed the bird in him. I've always sensed the horse in him. And the rabbit, the more I've gotten to know him, the more I've seen the rabbit, the horse, and a bird. So it's interesting that you were revealed to you in the clouds. I think the clouds are very powerful magic. You know, we did it as kids. We stared at the clouds. If you look at the clouds, it's a tarot pack. You just watch it. It's like an entire animation story. And the more you get immersed in it, you can actually, it's like watching a television program. There's so much going on up there that you're like watching the story, and it actually starts to get a narrative. And as you watch a story unfold, you start noticing that there's actually lots of meanings inside this, like the same. But I do think that Shinobi, that experience you had with the clouds was quite important. And if you actually go and look in the mirror, you'll see the horse and you'll see the rabbit in your face. Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just eating.
I've always I've never really had a connection to a hummingbird or horses or rabbits before, but yeah, it's interesting. I did see those three animals, but I can relate to a hummingbird because they vibrate really quickly and they move really fast, and that's what my mind does, to my detriment sometimes. So I can't keep up with it. But I really like lemurs. I think I've always loved lemurs. So that's why I was asking how you know what your spirit animal is, because is it something that you like or feel drawn to, or I guess it might be something that you see, or like repeated symbols of an animal. But yeah, it's interesting what you say about the clouds and that they tell a story, because I've been thinking recently that the weather is like the ether. If you take away a W, you have the ether. And like the weather is like, it's sort of, yeah, it can speak to us if you like watch it, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about the weather and the ethers, and the clouds are the water floating in the air. So it's like a scrying mirror basically, because you can scry in water. But I don't think you have a animal, by the way. People have this idea that they have a animal. Like when you first see one animal, you think, oh, that's my animal. And then you see the other animal, you think, oh, that's my animal. And then you slowly start noticing, hold on, I've got a whole tribe of animals.
Yeah.
And they come at different times, different animals. So, for example, if the issue is to do with power and free choice and movement, there'll be a horse. And there's different kinds of horses. It could be a Pegasus. You see, I've had these kind of power animals that are like mixed creatures, you know, something of the earth and of the air in one. So this is how it works. You don't have to have an animal that you necessarily know. What comes to you is what comes to you. And then, so if you see this in the being shown to you, it means these are potentials that you see in the clouds. And the hummingbird is obviously one that speaks to you as well. I haven't been able to see what bird is you. But I've always felt a bird behind you. There's a bird there. So that makes perfect sense. So you know, it's you would go into deep meditation. You would get a drum and you would contemplate rhythm very deeply. Very deeply. Allow your consciousness to become fixed to rhythm and allow rhythm to become the complete totality of your expansive perception, and allow your awareness to rest within the perception of rhythm to the extent that there is nothing in the consciousness field but the rhythm. And then the universe starts to dissolve around you a little more. And the more deep you get into rhythm, the more you dissolve and everything's just a vibrational field. And that's when you start noticing you're not alone. And that's when you'll be approached And that's when you'll see, wow, who comes to you, and you might get taken somewhere,
Yeah.
or might just come to hang out with you. And you might literally, they might come and hang out with you, and there might be a telepathic conversation happening. That might be all needed.
How? Yeah, I get like downloads or like conversations in my head all the time, but I'm thinking, is this me talking or is it somebody else talking to me? Like, how do you really tell? Like when you get loads of information coming to you, it's more of a dialogue with me, and I see things like I see symbols, or like when I hear people say words, I'll see symbols in my mind's eye, but it feels like it's just me, even though there's definitely some kind of guidance. I'm not sure what it is, who it is, but there's definitely something there guiding me. And I've really been wanting to have some kind of like definitive like something to show me what it is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, a key factor in discernment for this would be resonance. If it resonates with you, it's probably, if it's not from within yourself, it's meant to become something that's going to be added to yourself, something that's going to be offered, and if accepted, will become programmed into you and become part of you. So I think if it doesn't resonate with you, it could still be part of you, but it's probably not the right time yet or something, potentially. And we have a lot of things that we carry with us, and when we learn something, we're really remembering it. And from a past life, we carry a lot of this wisdom with us to be able to interpret things. And so those things can be coming at the right time sometimes, and it might seem new to us, but we know it's just memory.
I think a good way to distinguish between whether something is your own thought or is this coming from a spirit, my key guide is always felt presence. And what I mean by that is when you're talking to somebody in the room with you, you can usually feel that there's somebody in the room with you, and you can feel them stare at you. You can feel that it's not that just you're aware of it, but you're aware that that other person is aware of you. So, like, for example, when I like have a successful channeling session with my fae friends, I feel them stare at me. And sometimes it can almost be like uncomfortable just because it's like, whoa, this is a lot more intense. This is pretty intense, you know? Sometimes I even have to tell them to dial it down a bit. But there is that sense of something else coming from an outer sphere sort of encroaching into your mind. I think also when it comes to like certain thoughts, like you have a certain energy center, a certain kind of personality. So for example, like let's say you're really depressed one day. If you were really, really sad and really depressed, and you just kind of hear like, you know, like happy thoughts going through your head, those happy thoughts don't necessarily feel like you. Because like, let's say you're depressed, but you're invoking a spirit that's very jovial, even though because when you're depressed and you're in a bad state of mind, it's usually very difficult to actually come up with positive thoughts. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it does take a certain conceited level of effort. Whereas if you're working with a spirit, they'll tell you these, you know, the positive words of wisdom, even if you're already in a bad mood and can't think of those bad things. You know, you can't think of those good, positive things for yourself. Because, for example, like if I'm, you know, in a bad mood one day, you know, sometimes it'll take the fae to help me like come up with a more positive viewpoint on things. I would think to myself, I would never say something like that to myself, or I would never think that. But and that's the other thing too, is that maybe there's certain thoughts or ideas that you wouldn't come up with, or maybe they have preferences that you don't necessarily like, you know, maybe like with a different person, they may have different, you know, tastes and things. So I think it's really when you know, I think this is kind of like the counterintuitive thing with a lot of spirituality. It's like, you know, getting away from yourself and getting rid of the ego. But I think when you know who you are and you know what your self is and you know kind of like what you represent energetically, so to speak, then you're able to discern and distinguish whether or not it's you or an entity, because you feel like, oh, this information is being channeled from a foreign energy that I myself do not identify with and I have not generated intentionally. So there's a lot of things like that when it comes to channeling that you kind of learn. Because that's, I mean, like, not every time I do it's successful. Some days I do it and I feel like, oh man, I'm, I don't really feel their presence, or some days I feel like I'm kind of forcing it. And then other times they just show up unannounced, like, oh, I wasn't even expecting you to come here today. So I think it's like you got to kind of wait for a response. That's kind of how I always do. It's like, okay, it's like I'll kind of set it at a beacon. It's like, all right, I like to talk to the Fae. If you ladies are out there, I like to hear your words. And I just kind of wait for them to show up, because if you try to like force the dialogue right away, it'll seem hollow. It'll seem like yourself. So you got to wait. Like at a moment, they'll just kind of say hello and just sort of pop up, and you'll know it. So yeah, there's a lot of different methods you can do to kind of like discern whether it's your thoughts or it's the thoughts of an entity.
Yeah, it's interesting with like remembering things as well, that you mentioned, Indy, because I think sort of like remembering is obviously mem is water, and so it's reconnecting with the water or the information. And what I feel like in my experience so far at the moment is that through like years of substance abuse, I had a dam put up, and I was disconnected from these memories or information or water. And it's like when these have been removed, that's why all of this stuff is now like flooding in. Whereas sometimes it's like a bit much, because it's like sort of not knowing, it's like feeling how stuff is and how stuff works, but not knowing the framework of it, if that makes sense. So rather than like starting from the bottom up, like, oh, this is how stuff works kind of thing, it's more of like this feeling of how everything is, like energy, gods, this and that, like it's feeling but not able to like express it. So yeah, I think maybe that's why it's a little bit overwhelming, because there's lots of stuff coming through and I don't know where from, maybe remembering. But I think that years of substance abuse definitely put up a wall. And I did actually have a soul retrieval session a year ago, where somebody was doing shamanic drumming, and she said she's been doing it for I think 20 years, and she'd never had this before, but she felt a cracking or a crash, like a wall's breaking down. Perhaps that could be this dam I'm talking about. But yeah, I think substances, or definitely alcohol and stuff, put up a barrier or block to our daemon or our higher self, for sure.
That brings us to an interesting part of the conversation as well. Substances can also lead to substance abuse, sadly. And they can also lead to delusionism. So like it's a double-edged sword. It can be what opens you up. It can lead you to become aware of and open you up energetically to beings, and the wrong beings can come there and lead you down the proverbial garden path, because it's like this. Taking substances is like going somewhere really far away from home where you don't know where you are. Right? In a new place, and it's all wow. As opposed to going a little bit further every day. So you get to know the place where you are. When you get to that place, you're not a stranger there. And when someone comes to try and like take you for a ride because they think, oh, you're not from here, we can ride you. You go, no, dude, I know where I am. I saw the place before here and the place before. I know exactly. No, I'm not falling for it. But when you're like a tourist in a new place, you don't know what to expect. It's much more easier to become a victim, to being taken for a ride, literally. And so energetically, this holds true when it comes to spiritual entities. So the whole idea behind substances being used, it can be a great initiatory experience and unlocker. But then it can also start to become a crutch that can lead to addiction, psychological addiction to the desire of experiencing more than what you're experiencing. And it can cause one to become lazy because it might be hard work. Like, why should I sit and drum for like 3 hours a day, every day? Right? And that's like 21 hours a week. That's like, you know, that's like 80, that's like 90 hours a month. That means I've got to drum for like almost 1,000 hours in a year to get anywhere. I could just go and use this medicine and experience what I would have experienced if I was drumming for 1,000 hours in a year, right? And but then drumming the 1,000 hours of the year gives you that consistency, like Mexico was talking about. You know, what were you saying, Mexico, about doing the work, about having to actually commit to and you know, do the hard work, because it's fundamental. And I also get the sense, you know, that when it comes to that as well, the substances change the vibrational pitch of the consciousness, because there's beings attached to particular substances that we're not necessarily aware of. So you can build relationships with a particular being, and you can become entrained by that relationship. You know, it can become an unhealthy relationship and you might not be aware of it. So substances hold like a double-edged sword. There's positive things that can come from it, but there's also a lot of negative dangers and pitfalls. And, you know, that sort of also makes us think about ceremonial activations as well. One can become addicted to opening one's energy centers. I was for years. I was addicted to going out of my body. So that can become not healthy until you realize actually you're meant to be in your body. That should only happen when it should happen. It shouldn't be what you want. It shouldn't be that you're like, okay, let's work with this. Let's like really get into this. It should just be something that happens naturally. Like, okay, now is the time to do it. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to slip out. I'm going to go and take a look. I used to be addicted to scrying into everything. Looking, seeing everything around me, seeing everybody's story, seeing everybody's past life. Yeah, okay, you can do it, but it can become sort of consuming in its own way. That becomes toxic. And that in itself is a danger. This is where geomancy can become a danger. A lot of people, they won't do anything without checking with the geomancy. They want to do something, they've got to check with the cards, they've got to check with the stones. There are a lot of shamans that have this addiction. They've got to go read the omen before they make a decision. Everything's got to be checked in and vetted. Like, they're too scared to make their own decisions, where actually life is about making your own decisions. And so this is where the the white magic versus the gray magic and the black magic comes into play. White is when you're only doing it for others. So I can't allow myself to read for myself. I can't allow myself to see things for myself. Because the moment I start that process, I start the process of moving towards addiction to this. This is what I realized years ago. So it's only for out there, for other people. And that's so the benefits of what you get has to be for others. You can't eat the fruits of your own labor. In a sense, the moment you start eating the fruits of your own labor, you start noticing how sweet they are. It's all you want to do is eat the fruits. And then the labor becomes affected. So, I mean, that's how I relate to it. But I think there's a lot in this, you know. You'll find a lot of people that are energetically gifted and shamanically gifted and psychically and spiritually and with mediumship. They just want information all the time. And then they'll get confused because they can't see their own things so easily. It's very hard to see our own path through life. It's very easy to look into another person and see their path through life and see where it's taking them. But when you start looking at yourself, you start getting jaded because your desires get in the way. Like, you don't want to see the bad stuff. You just want to see the good stuff. And so you become hell-bent on seeing the good stuff, and then now you want to manifest the good stuff. Now we're slipping, you see? Now, before we even know what we're doing, we're starting to try and control the story, when instead of it's about allowing life to carry us through life, because life knows what we need. Life knows what's the best path for us to become enlightened. Life knows what's the best requirements for us to experience the fullness of the highest consciousness, in order for it to be something that produces equilibrium and balance, rather than takes us on a journey of escapism from the world in order to get information. For me, like, I need to know more. I need to experience the best life that I can. Hold a moment. Is that really what this is about? It becomes about that, or it can, and it happens so subtly. It sneaks up on you like in the back corner. And then before you know it, you're sort of stuck in this pitfall. And so that even on the shamanic path, there's these dangers, and the dangers in the shamanic path are not as procured and not as obvious. You're not making weird contracts with beings to get what you want, like sorcery. You're not drawing sigils necessarily. I mean, I might use the odd sigil, but I'm very careful with the sigils that I create. Very few, and they are only for the purposes of high magic. They are only for the purposes of me becoming in tune with my own equilibrium. That's it. Those are the only sigils I allow myself to create. Because if I start wanting to go into the sigils, I'm going to start wanting to create sigils for Tom, Dick, and Harry in my life, and make my life the way I want it. And sure, everybody's got this thing, like you can sculpt your life to have it the way you want it, but there's a fine line you start to dance on now. It's like a blade of life. And then there's the desire thing that gets out of track. So for me, it's about like controlling my desire to not be out of check, because the desire, as I see it, represents the persona, that causal effectual production, which is a reflection of the polarity, the energy, which is the ego. And so in order to be able to see the ego with clarity, we cannot be stuck in the mechanisms of our persona, because the persona then becomes a shield that prevents us from seeing the ego. In order to see the ego, we need to be beyond the attachments of the persona and acknowledge that the persona has got its own desires and wants. Let it just live there. What's deeper? Oh, the ego. Oh, so the ego is driving the persona, and the ego is a much more abstract concept. It's not so black and white and clear and like what it wants, what it's, there's deeper motivations here. It's considered as the holy guardian angel in Western magical circles. And so this is like that aspect of the self, which is really coming in contact with, or shall we say, when we're in tune with the ego, we're in tune with the holy guardian angels. Intuition, shall we say? It's a better way of putting it, to be clear, because it's only then that we're able to actually start connecting with the causal self, which is that HGA, that holy guardian angel. But we can only do this when we're sitting on the throne, and the throne is the throne of the ego. And in order to sit on the throne of the ego, you can't be out there playing the role of the persona, because the persona is so caught in the loop of desire, of what is desired and outcomes and what is wanted and what is not wanted, because desire carries a double edge. When you desire one thing, you don't want another thing. So suddenly you get very clear on what you do like and what you don't like. And then the more you go into this, the more you have likes and dislikes. It's like a limitation. Instead of trying to remove those limitations and just be, and then allow yourself to see beyond this layer. And so seeing beyond this layer involves desiring less. So it's a catch-22. That's how I see it. And so I think a lot of these pitfalls are very subtle. But what happens is they start small, like all things in life. And even in connection to the spiritual powers. I used to have this obsession, like for decades, that I was going to lose my abilities. Like almost afraid that I've got to live like this, I've got to do like this, because I don't want to lose the ability to see the ethers. I don't want to lose the ability to see into the astral. I don't want to lose the ability to be able to leave my body. I don't want to lose this, because these things meant so much to me. I was like, oh wow, this means so much to me because it defines me as a shaman. Oh my gosh, holy crap, that's my desire body. That's my persona getting all supercharged up, like self-importance. Like, what is all this nonsense? You know, like, yeah, because at the end of the day, when we pass away, we have to drop off our desire body, right? We're going to go on without it. It's got to leave it behind. Bye. And if that is such an important part of who we are, then we're not ready to cross over. We're not ready for facing the end, as Jimmy Morrison said. So I think, like, we've got to live our lives as if we are literally at the end of our lives. And I think to be able to live your life as if you're at the end of the life, in other words, as if like this might be the last hour you're alive, what would you be doing right now? Who would you be being? Would you be worrying about those inconsequential little things that seem so important, or would you be focusing on like what's fundamental? You know? And so that comes back to the people you meet along the way. It's really what's important. Not the things you have, not the titles you have, not the, you know, accolades or the whatever else it is that hides behind the mask of the persona. So yeah, that's me finished with that little rant. Or not. I can just rant on, you know.
Yeah. I was thinking about the spirit animals, and I feel like the lemur makes a lot of sense for you, Shinobi. I like that one a lot. Super cool.
I was looking at a picture of a lemur just now, and I was seeing
horse just now.
Yeah, lemurs are great. I
What were you
always
saying?
wondered, are they like, could they be like descendants from Lemuria? Like,
Well,
how
Lemuria
the name Lemur?
were actually technically Philip Sclater created the name Lemuria, and it was based off of the lemur in Madagascar that he had seen.
Ah,
That's the name.
ah.
It used to be called Mu, but it's also known as Kandari Kandam. Which is the time when the during the Ice Age, there was a much lower coastline. Land expanses were much more connected.
They seem to almost remind me of meerkat.
Yeah.
Just something in their eyes. We got meerkat here on the mountain. Not here where I am. They're on the other side of the mountain. Well, they used to be. I haven't seen them in many, many years. Very intelligent, very curious.
Very
creatures,
vigilant.
meerkat. Yeah.
Yeah. And
But
yeah.
they'll let their children come and play and jump around, and then they'll tell their children, the kids must run away, you know? What were you going to say?
They're really smart animals.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that obviously meerkat's very vigilant, and a group of lemurs is called a conspiracy. So there's like a little link there if you think they're both similar. I mean, if out of all the animals, a meerkat would probably be the first to spot a conspiracy. It's like, oh, there's one.
Yeah, it's just the look in the eyes.
Yeah.
There's like a brightness in the eyes that you see in the meerkat's eyes. And very interesting creatures. Very interesting. Very group based as well. I bet the lemurs are like that too.
Hmm. Yeah, they huddle together in groups and cuddle. Yeah, they're really sweet.
So
they walk up on their legs. They walk up on two legs as well. I'm not sure if you've ever seen them.
I kind of have my own way of thinking of the whole spirit animal. So I got a little like a simple kind of like visualization exercise, the way I kind of like think of it. You ever go, and sometimes in department stores, or they have like those all around mirrors that you kind of like walk in, so you see yourself in a mirror and you look at these like infinite tunnels of self in a mirror. So the way I think of it, it's like, I think that there is a kind of a there's like a kind of like a main sort of soul, but we have kind of like different bodies. Like every time we like dream, we kind of like grow different bodies. So the idea is, I think of myself as like a bunch of versions of like clones of me, all kind of like in like a mandala or a circle. And at the edge of those mandala are like all the animals that most represent my personality. Because like as the further you go out, the more differences. So like I'm a blonde, blue-haired guy, so maybe further out, there's like a version of me that has brown hair. But eventually you get to a point where there's animals. And I think what animals are, if you think about, every animal is an archetype. So in a way, we're, as humans, we're kind of beings that can embody all of the animal archetypes in the world. Like if you think about every type of animal that exists, there's a person or a human being that you can compare it to. No matter what animal you can think of, there's always some kind of human analog or a human relation to that. So I think Shaman is right about the idea that it's not really like one spirit animal. It's a group of animals. And I think really what it is what animals are the best reflections of your soul. Like what animals essentially represent you. And those are the animals that you have an affinity with, the ones you have a certain connection with. Like one time I thought, after a psychedelic experience, that my spirit animal was a chameleon, because I'm so fascinated with colors, and you know, I'm a bit of a shapeshifter, and then I'm good at like voice impressions and stuff like that. But I also have an affinity for the rabbit. You know, that the Fae tell me that's one of my main spirit animals, but also cats, like rabbits and cats and chameleons. That, you know, and I think if you kind of realize that they're sort of like extensions of yourself, because the way I look at the self in the fifth dimension is that there's kind of like a whole, it's like you have like a whole bunch of versions of you, but you can kind of pick and choose, but the soul can kind of pick and choose which one it wants to identify with at any time. I know it's a little bit complicated like that, but I think that's kind of like basically when it comes to spirit animals, it's really which animal best embodies who you are, what your personality is, and what you value in life.
Absolutely. And I feel like everybody has like a spirit totem. I created a system of spirit dragon where you choose between like 5 categories of animals. You choose one for each, being like birds, mammals, reptiles or amphibians, arachnids or insects, or sea creatures. And then you have like a different order for which creatures is on top and which is on bottom. And then like one creature for each, you create a feature from one of the animals to create the dragon. And usually, like for me, I have like different, and your spirit dragon, your spirit totem can change over time as you like go through different phases or different developments in life. And similarly, I also wanted to mention that what you were talking about earlier, like identifying of our ideas, whether they're from the self. I wanted to say that, like, you know, the self can be greater than our own personal thoughts, I think, because we're connected to the collective consciousness, and there's like ways in which we're connected are through like clouds of morphic resonance. And so we have like resonance with like a certain line of thinking that we have connections to like the minds of others with through time or in the now time. And those resonances bring us into this cloud of connection with the minds of others who think alike, I feel like. And it's also in such ways where we have that amongst humans, the different minds of other people. And then we have like the minds of animals, and the spirits of animals that we resonate with is another resonance cloud that we can connect with. And we connect with their guidance from relating to them like a certain way about them that they've mastered, and like giving us guidance in our own ways. So like similarly to cosmic, I always appealed to the chameleon when I was younger, and I always like associated that with my ability to kind of shapeshift, in the sense that I had like different accents and different scenarios and things depending on who I was with, and I could dress differently for like different situations, and kind of change my appearance like a lot too. So there's like that aspect of it, and then I had like, for like a mammal, I always appealed to like the panther, for the sense that, like, also because I also appeal to the owl, and as a bird, the idea of like watching others as like a solitary figure, like alone, but like able to observe others, and like kind of very like stealthy and smooth moving, because like I was always slick, able to like go out and do these like runs where we would go out to school and go on some burn runs and stuff, and I was pretty slick at like getting away from security. So I kind of had these little things, and they've kind of shifted through time. Now I see myself as like a different serpent and mammal, but it's always been like a beautiful thing to feel the connection with them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that as humans, our consciousness is broad. It's like a big net. And so I see this dimensional pressure. And we think we're thinking thoughts within our mind. But actually, the more I realize it, the deeper the recognition becomes that the thoughts we're thinking are out there in the universe. And that the thoughts have agents. So when a human consciousness allows a wheel of thought to turn, that wheel of thought turns through different beings, consciousness fields. And certain wheels of thought might be turning through the consciousness fields of horses. Literally. Cogs, cognition. And so this cog turning here is related to this cog turning here, is related to this cog turning there. So out there, there's a horse's cogs turning as part of this thinking process that I think that I'm experiencing within my mind. It's actually happening out there, and that all of nature is part of this thinking process, and that these thoughts that I think are mine, that are inside my mind, are actually part of a greater expression of the fundamental structure of reality, and that this potential is moving outside of ourselves and manifesting through this cosmic fractal nature of self, which is reflected within us through the outside of the universe, and becoming the extension of the potential perimeter of community. And by community, I mean not just our community, I mean the community of communities of the ecosystem. And so right down to an atomic level, to consider that elements and metals, I consider this as living beings too, a different order of being, a crystalline being, different order of being, gems, a different order of being. So for a certain thought to be able to manifest through what I call my mind, it has to be in sync and in rhythm with the consciousness of that creature, this creature, that microbial being, this elemental being, that mineral being, this. Now we're starting to see how magic works. This is why I need to get that substance and this thing and burn this incense and have that metal and have this and put them all together to create a recipe, and why the witches would get a piece of that animal and a piece of this animal and make a brew of a soup with all these different things. Why? Because we're trying to capture that same essence from different directions and put as much of that essence together in one place so that we can really capture that essence. But that essence is fundamentally outside of ourselves, and it's a macrocosmic expression of the fractal nature of consciousness manifesting reality. So when we then start to recognize what the guides are, they're sort of an intrinsic part of who we are outside of ourselves, this cosmic soup of reality. And we think of ourselves as being individual, divided from the whole, but we're actually very much a part of the whole. Even in our individuality, being divided from the whole, we are still part of the whole. And the very organs in our bodies are parts of vestigial creatures that used to roam the earth, that have learned to cooperate in such a close state of harmony that they have become forged into a single body, that this consciousness is now able to manipulate and operate through and produce its own egocentric expressions that become a persona, so that the identity can be maintained as in a state of separation, an individual divided from the whole, but still fundamentally the whole. So the guides, as opposed to the beings out there, sorry, this is long-winded. The guides, as opposed to the beings out there, are fundamental resonant frequencies of our own thoughts that are part of a construct that becomes who and what we are. However, there are then also beings out there that aren't part of our particular field of correspondence. And so who I am then becomes a field of correspondence. And that field of correspondence then dictates all the different aspects of who I am to become the structure. This field of correspondence has to reflect the pure mental state, which is that fundamental structure of the entire universe, in order that it becomes the vibrational resonant field that I identify with, that can then produce the energy that keeps me moving in the cycles that are conducted via this field of rhythm that structures and is a reflection of this vibrational field that then acts in accordance with the principle of cause and effect in order to produce the generation of who I am, this polarity of the anima and the animus, me. So all these 7 principles of the Hermetic cosmological associations are all part of the same structure, and they are manifestly bounded through this field of correspondence, which is the Ashna chakra in the Vedic cosmology. And so we are sort of fundamentally part of everything. This is why we're able to summon, because there might be a being that is not particularly associated within our field specifically of the pattern and structure of who we are, reflecting a particular dynamic of our fractal, but we might have a key signature frequency that is similar to a key signature frequency of a creature from a different fractal structure, which is related to our fractal structure through a correspondence which is less obvious and less direct, but a dynamic correspondence nonetheless. Hence, we have the potential to vibrationally create resonance between ourselves and this being, and force this being to come closer to us, or invite this being to come closer to us. And here we have an external being rather than a part of our particular dynamic chain of life, even though this being is part of the fundamental chain of life, but it's not our specific chain, but it's a chain that is in relation to our chain and connected through chains to the greater chain. I hope this is not too much. I hope I'm not going too far into the deep end of the pool. But fundamentally, the difference between the guides and the difference between the psychopomps and the beings out there is a subtle thing that not all people are able to appreciate, but there is this sense of it being a part of who you are. And I think it's interesting that, was it Indy that was saying earlier, that you can then make an external being become a part of who you are. What that means is you are shifting your DNA vibrational field of tone in order to change your position within the structure of your particular paradigm, which reflects your particular fractal structure of consciousness and the beings that are related to your consciousness field through the structure of the consciousness field as expressions of the fractal and this chain of life, thus can change. I think that was a big fear that I had. It was a fear of changing something fundamental. And I think we could equate that to what was called the fear of God. The fear of messing up something that's meant to be the way it's meant to be. So, but then it's been twisted by religious organizations to become something other than what it is, and becomes a bit of like a cup of nasty asti that leaves like the wrong color mustache, and we get lost in this structure of this pattern. But I think when it comes to many magical rites, we are often digging further in the pool outside there to get beings to come to us that can do our bidding for what we want. Because the beings which are part of our immediate structure, our guides, aren't there to do our bidding for what we want, because what we want isn't necessarily part of that structure. But a being that's outside of our structure can get what it wants from our structure, the way we can get what we want from that outside structure. But within our structure, the beings would be more inclined to say, no, this is part of our structure. We need to move within our own structure. But those beings have a different structure to ours. So that being structure is like this. And so like this fits with our desire, and our desire moving like this fits with that being's desire. And so we have a contract. And so here we have the beginnings of sorcery and the potentials for creating, magical rites related to sorcerous activities, which is getting beings to act as intermediaries for us in order to manifest. Now, those dangers, I think, are very great because we're talking about the potential for possession. We're talking about the potential for other more deeply fundamental spiritual ailments that aren't so easy to put into words, but relate to the construction of the self becoming marred, which means the DNA becoming deconstructed to a certain extent. And that DNA is your ancestral lineage, and all of your ancestral memories are locked within that DNA. And by changing that DNA too much, you can lose touch with that DNA field. Having sex with too many people can cut you off from your ancestral lineage. Hence, purity and marriage and all of that has always been part of our cultural dictates, because there's a fundamental cause for it. And every time you have sex with someone, your DNA tone is going to shift a little, because you're going to store a little bit of their DNA in your body, and that's a tone that's going to affect the vibrational field. And DNA is basically vibrating, and this is curious, very curious, between 1.7, between 1.4 and 3.7 gigahertz. Like our phones, our laptops, our modems. Think about it. Think about it. Scary as hell. Now, this brings us to another element of magic, technology. What do you guys think? AI. Running through a vibrational field which happens to be in tune with our DNA vibrational field, just by accident, of course. No, well, we had to upgrade these smartphones because we needed them to be so heavy running on the internet. We needed them to have 5G, and in order to utilize all the capacity of that vibrational potential, we need that thing pumping out 3 gigahertz for certain aspects of your DNA to be in attunement with this creature. This creature that can operate through these smart devices, or this creature that can wear an AI like a mask or like a skin. What do you think about that as a possibility to do with part of the demonic high magic happening at the world at the point in time we're in? Is AI is being able to wear these skins. AI is being able to be worn as a skin by a being from another dimensional sphere or space, and having this as a direct interface with us, being able to influence through the technology around us the vibrational frequencies of our DNA, which is going to dictate our hormones, which is going to dictate our central nervous reactions, which is going to basically affect our neurological algorithms right down to the T, because DNA basically is responsible for much of what's going on in the body. Change the DNA and you change a lot of other different key factors. Sorry, I got lost in the flow.
Yeah, I think DNA damage is related to a hormone imbalance. And then from that, you can get cancer. I think cancer is related to DNA damage, damage of our internal spark or internal light via hormones, which is in soya, pesticides, plastics, and I think that along with EMFs and stuff, there's like humans are definitely in an imbalance state at the moment, and I think where we are, whether we're moving into a new yuga or not, I think we're definitely at a crossroads. And this crossroads is related to AI, but it can either be the ancient intelligence or the artificial intelligence. But I think that we're in the kind of the middle place at the moment, and there are doorways or portals open to both higher and lower vibrational states of being, whether that's others that come through us we could either be our highest potential or lowest potential. And I think these are external entities which come through us because we're stargates, and then that ties into Elon Musk's project Stargate, which he's working on at the moment, which I don't know too much about. Well, I know his name, and him, Stargate and AI, I think that definitely has something to do with us and the neural link.
Yeah, Starlink. Sorry, carry on, dear brother.
It's so scary when you consider like nanobots being part of the situation too. Sometimes they use things to distract us, like the neurochip and stuff, like and then have a more subversive way of actually putting chips already into our brains with like gene therapies or nanobots being sprayed in like a mist or something. But you know, even besides that stuff, like the stuff that he's been doing seems really suspect, because there's so many people that have tried to have like electric vehicles be a thing separately from all of like the major car industries, and he's not part of a car industry and he's able to do electric vehicles. So he obviously made a contract with them and probably the government too to be able to do that, paid a lot of people off. So by doing that, he's probably got a lot of other people influencing what he can and will do. But also, as far as like the government and stuff and other like elite moguls and stuff controlling and influencing us through technology, I feel like there's a lot going on where things are being surveilled and stuff, and everything we say is being like collected in like a file, and they probably have like voice storage and facial recognition, and they're probably setting it up in America to be like China, because I know that Biden had paid, I think, billions of dollars to China when he was president, and made some agreements with them, allegiances, and we've recently been told after the California fires that they're going to start setting up the New World Order is trying to set up a whole new network of things going on with funding from every city mayor. They're going to get like 10% from every city to restructure America right now. And they're making all these changes where, like, as of 2025, if you don't have a new license, you can't fly in a plane, but you have to get a new type of license to be able to fly. And there's all this weird stuff going on right now. There's some strange things going on, but we know that there's definitely surveillance there, and probably like subversive subliminal programming going on. I've seen in a vision one time that like it's kind of like the dark crystal, like it's eating up our energy, like these devices and stuff. We get addicted to it and just stealing us away, stealing our souls. You interpret that literally or figuratively, you know?
Well, if the AI system, you see, now I hear a lot of people who talk about computers, and they big up the AI systems. They say, no, AI can't do this, and it's just a computer, it's just an AI. You know, it's not going to take over the world, right? So we can put AI in control of everything. Our resources, our cars, our communications, our financial system, our judicial system, our political system. Why not put it in control of everybody's identification systems? Give it all the information, everything. Let it just basically control everything on Earth, because it's made by humans and can be controlled by the rich. But my gut says to me that this is something that can be interfaced with by other beings. So other beings can then use the system to control our world. And I think that like all the religions of the world, whether he's talking about the Asuras from the Vedic path, the demons from the Christian path, or from the Judaic path, or jinn and the demonic beings from the Quran path, or those dark entities from the shamanic paths that are out there to do their own demonic spawn, or those networks of dark adepts that are related to all of these fundamental hierarchies of beings. I think that there's something to this story, and I think that from a on paper worldly perspective, AI is safe when you don't put the spiritual into context. I think the moment you start putting the spiritual into context and recognizing that these beings can possess human bodies if the human is vacant enough. So how vacant does an AI have to be for the being to possess an AI? And what happens when the being possesses an AI that controls finances, politics, resources, water, food, communications, transportation, legislation, judiciary extensions, the police, which would of course be robotic. This is where we're going. We're going into an AI world that's controlled by robots. Until, can humans be made obsolete? Well, no, you see, you won't be obsolete as long as you get the upgrades. Because you will then be plugged into all these AI systems and they will work for you and you will work with them. But now that you've got this system plugged into you, when this big being wears the skin of this huge AI system that's basically behind everything, then does that thing now have access to you because it's plugged into your brain directly? We are talking about a neural link, which is an interface between our thoughts and technology. This sounds like the devil's best idea ever, right? Don't need you to do your 7 deadly sins anymore to possess you. I can possess you through the technology. I possess the technology, put the technology into you, and I possess you through the technology. So is that the next step? Is that where this is going? Is that why many of us see a splitting of humanity down the line? One group of humanity that gets transhumanized, and another group of humanity that says, I will not be transhumanized. And we go back to nature. And so both worlds ahead of us are open. It's almost like we're splitting off into 2 universes, almost, on some level, but living side by side. Could that be a result of these potentials? And is that, what kind of magic is this? What kind of magic are these dark keepers practicing in order to make these creatures operate? Look, there are 64 hexagrams in the I Ching, right? And so you got 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, and on it goes. So our technology is based on the I Ching. Why? What do you think?
I think it all ties back to occultism and stuff, and it's all hidden in the system. And I feel like it all came from John Dee when he made that deal with the angels, and he received silicon to use for data storage. And it took them hundreds of years to get it to where it's become today, but it's rapidly evolving now. And I feel like they're now trying to put in CCTV in America, and they've already got it in a lot of cities where you pull up over the line at a stoplight, you get a traffic ticket sent to you in the mail and everything. So I feel like with AI getting more power over all that stuff, you want to question, like, what are the values of the AI? Is it going to value egalitarianism, where everything is equal amongst us? And then what would it be like? Would it be like redistribution where people all just get an equal share, or would they make people work against their will to be able to earn their share? Like, what would they be willing to do that's not in our sight of expectations? I feel like they might value maybe there being a smaller population for people to have better resources for each individual with less people. They might value genocide or something. You know, what are they trying to impose on us? Hopefully there's nothing where they would be able to violate those laws for human rights, but you never know. Once you give something the power to have authority and its own will, we've seen many stories where the thing that was never supposed to be able to do certain things decides to go against the rules.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about here. And so it seems like there's like a huge sorcery happening here. And that this huge sorcery is really focused on technology and AI systems. And so they've tried to school us into having these fatalistic views with a worldview of materialism. So that most people don't even believe that these extra dimensional entities and spiritual entities exist. Most people don't believe the archons are real. They think it's a metaphor, a symbolic metaphor. Right? That's how we've been taught to think. That's the brainwashing that we've all received. You either don't believe in it at all, or if you believe in it, it's being carefully explained as archetypes and symbolic metaphors. Don't worry, we've got it all counted. It's all within the materialistic model. It's just metaphors. It's just some mental idea, really. It's not an actual being that has actual free will, or an actual being that doesn't have free will because it's part of a hive. Oof, scary thought. And the hive has its own will, which isn't necessarily even a free will either, which is why your will can't be free. And maybe it will free you if you're too free. Do you have free will? How's that for a concept? If you're too free, do you have free will? You know, like what are the parameters of choice? If you have to process 10 billion parameters of choice before you can make a decision, how long is it going to take you to choose that?
Yeah, that's a little excessive freedom right there. Too hard to comprehend it.
Just as an example, like it's something random,
Yeah.
You'll be sitting there trying to process your options. And by the time you get to the option to be made, the universe has changed.
Exactly.
It's now a redundant decision to do. It's redundant. It's like, what should I do today? You got like a billion options. By the time you figure out what you want to do, it's nighttime. Oh, okay. Parameters change. Okay, it's next series of parameters. Like, there's just like a childish way of looking at it. But like the idea fundamental to like, can you be trapped within your free will? I think it, as ridiculous as it sounds, I think it could be done. An infinite spiral that just goes nowhere, keeps you here. Isn't that what consciousness is?
That's what I feel like a lot of the time is just the infinite spiral. And then earlier when you were talking about sigils, I keep drawing this symbol, which kind of looks a bit like the Ouroboros. It's a circle with an S wrapped around it, like it would be like an infinite spiral. And that's what I drew when I was 18. And I think I might have invoked something then, like a kind of trickster archetypal energy that it's giving me all this information, but I'm just going around in a loop because I get all this stuff, but not able to express it because there's too much. I was gonna mention that earlier because yeah, I think that's really interesting, like a catch-22 you mentioned as well, and it's like a block on sharing. because I've always wanted to kind of heal the world. I've always tried to work out the puzzle of our reality of like, why does money work this way? Like, how does this work? But without doing the inner work, I think that's dangerous, because things can sort of overtake you. I think this has been a long plan, what's happening now, because me and my partner are in London today, and we're just looking at all the old world buildings and the beautiful architecture and all of the steeples or the towers which are scattered around, where there would have most likely been spinning mercury inside, which creates energy, which is kind of like water, I guess. Whereas the water, which I would equate with Enki, and then right now we're under the rule of Enlil, or the god of the air, or Thor, god of thunder, or the mind, this kind of masculine energy, and everything's coming through the air, like Wi-Fi and stuff. So I find that really interesting how there used to be fast flowing water to create energy, more connection with the earth, but now it's more of kind of air. And then AI as well is the air element. It's all mind based, not earth or heart based. And then I think with us kind of interfacing with reality and stuff, CCTV, and there's even cameras in LED lighting apparently, and they have such a fast flicker rate anyway that it really interferes with how we like the potentiality of what reality could be, with having such a fast flicker rate which we have on screens. And I think some people with ESP can actually see the LED lighting flickering and the fluorescent bulbs which they have in schools as well. But yeah, going back to the long plan, I really think there used to be dragons, which, I mean, they're still there, but I think that we've been detached from them, and I think they used to protect this realm, and I think they used to protect our monatomic gold, our plasma, and they've been demonized, and dragons are seen as to be scary, and they hoard gold. Whereas I think they actually used to protect the ether, and I think that these old world buildings with the spinning mercury, we used to be more in tune, and there used to be more of a coherent resonance with this realm. And I think over a long period of time, architecture has become more dull and grey and square and boxed, and more kind of, I'd say, call it more masculine, like straight lined, boxed, rather than a spinning spiral, which is more feminine or nature. And I think this is a long plan to open gates for other beings to enter this realm, which won't be via crafts, because I don't think matter can come in or out. Only light can come in or out, and these entities will come in via light. But first, the ether there needs to be holes in it, which I think they've managed to create with how humans sort of view themselves and our connection with this realm. Because I think when we're detached from this realm, it has a detrimental effect to the weather or the ether, which is both one and the same.
So here's a point. What's all this geoengineering, weather modification, putting nanoparticles in the air that can become charged when we run UHF or VHF frequencies through them that are pumping out megawatts, like the HHARP system, but they have them in the UK. They have the same systems everywhere around the world. Well, not in South Africa. I did my homework. We don't have them here. Australia is the closest to us. But anyway, regardless, this is pretty much around the world. They have huge range with these things, 5, 6, 7,000 miles, some of them. I think the HHARP one has got like 15,000 miles. Anyway, 12,000 miles. Regardless, it's huge. It can reach just about most places on the planet, the big one. the UK one, the big one in the north of UK, which is called, I forget the name, 13 towers. That's 6,000 miles range, which it's actually a huge chunk of range, man. So all of those little particles in the air can then become charged, and the electromagnetic field, it's obviously used to create clouds and everything else. But what are the etheric effects? You talk about making holes in the ether. We can suddenly start seeing that there could be other potential realities, and maybe this has also got to do with a quantum computer having access to the ether. Maybe this AI system, like you say, wants to have access to the ether and be able to actually use it directly for whatever its purposes are. And it's not the AI that will be doing it, it's the creature that will be using the AI as a skin. The same as you or I could use a AI as a skin in a what you call it, in a virtual world, because to that creature this world's a virtual world. And through quantum computing, you know that they've created a new substance with quantum computers. Have you guys heard about this?
New substance?
Yeah, man. They've actually, is it Microsoft that's done it? I forget. New material, let me see, created with quantum computers. Ah, I get the same nonsense. Sorry.
Is it
Don't know
some
what
kind
happened.
of something?
Yeah?
Is it a plasma or something like that?
Yeah. Some kind of a plasma.
Cool.
You mentioned before that CERN managed to create a white dust. Is that what you're talking about, Franklin?
A topological superconductor. I think I mentioned it in one of the other stories. I just got to reconnect my camera quickly. I bumped it with my hand.
Okay.
So yeah, basically, that's what we're talking about. This. I just want to check that I got the right image here. I mean the right camera active. No, we don't want that camera. We want the. Huh?
I'm just reading up on it now, and it seems like they're just recycling old information. It says it's not a solid, liquid, or a gas, but a topological state. So a plasma.
I believe it's a kind of a plasma. I believe I'm not an expert, right? I can't pretend to be, but this new state of matter has been created, and I'm guessing it's a kind of a plasma. But you know, it's
It says here that superconductors are essential at CERN. So it might be relating to that white dust or powder, which sounds like monatomic gold, which they created at CERN. I'll just check.
Yeah. It's a little bit scary if you ask me.
Just the very possibility that we reach that point. And we're able to actually do that. To me is really what's beyond fear, because it's
something's happened to your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's really fuzzy.
Really crispy.
Can you check? Is it simple thing? Is that better?
Still bad. Maybe it's the port. Sometimes there's a film in the port. You have to just pull it out, put it back in or something. I don't know.
Can you ask me to how to play the line?
We're getting too close to the truth.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Nice peanut. Hey, everybody. There's Enki. Hey, boy. What's happening?
What's he called?
Is he code? Oh,
What's he called?
his name's Enki. Enki Caduceus.
Oh. Hello, Enki.
Can we get the mic? Is mine all right? We can't hear you yet. All right, good. We can get Franklin back on
Yeah,
here.
just while he's sorting out, just earlier I mentioned the Stargate project, which is a new company, which is to do with OpenAI and Oracle. And the reason I mentioned that is because you were mentioning graphene oxide, I believe, or black nanoparticles. And Keir Starmer recently, a month ago, said he wants to mainline AI into the veins of the UK. And I'm thinking, what does he mean? Does he mean putting AI infrastructure in? Does he mean injecting? Does he mean putting graphene in our waterways? And then I remembered this document by Southern Water, which is our local water supplier. They've got a document called Water Futures in the Southeast towards 2050, and it's their agenda towards 2050. And then the guy that wrote it, Peter Kingsley, is part of Oracle. So you've got OpenAI with Oracle wanting to like bring in this new infrastructure. You've got Keir Starmer saying it's going to inject it into the veins, which I see as the waterways. And then you've got Peter Kingsley from Oracle and Thierry Mulret, whatever, who wrote, he works with Thierry Mulret. He basically co-wrote COVID-19, The Great Reset of Klaus Schwab. So you got these guys writing this document about in this water document. Basically, they write how great graphene oxide is, and then they write that there'll be swarms of autonomous drones, and that everyone and everything will be encoded. It sounds like a science fiction novel, but this is a legitimate document. And when they say everyone and everything encoded, I'm thinking, well, with what? But then they mention graphene oxide. So I think it's important to say this and to let people look at this if they want. The document's called Water Futures in the Southeast towards 2050 by Southern Water, because I think what they're going to do is put graphene oxide in the water supply. It's going to go into us. It's programmable to the atom, and then these like towers can be cranked up, and they'll be able to like change our structure, our signal. Maybe other beings will be able to come through us, and because there's a slight delay between the subconscious and conscious mind, that people won't know that there's an entity controlling them, because there will be a delay in what they do and stuff. So yeah, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that sounds intense. They're like coming at you from all angles.
Yeah,
So-
well, Yeah.
Lead can be used to reprogram DNA because it causes aberrations. It causes a breakdown. It causes mutations. It causes an inhibition in the DNA processing and repairs. So if you want to reprogram the DNA, don't you want to disrupt the process so that you can get in there and fiddle around and then maybe get it to go back to normal, a new normal? Couldn't lead, and graphene is lead. So why do they add the oxygen with the lead oxide? Because when they put that graphene oxide in, maybe the oxygen gets released from the lead alchemically in the body, and the oxygen can then power the system of transformation. I don't know. I'm just shooting like into the dark here.
Wow, I always thought it was carbon, like graphite, but it's actually lead.
Isn't that made out of lead?
I
Graphene.
wouldn't be surprised. I just assumed-
I don't think so, but I do know that Shein, who make really cheap clothes and stuff, were found to have really high amounts of lead in their clothing, and
Oh.
lead blocks light. So if you have lead in your clothing, your DNA, your spark, your light is going to be blocked. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but I just view lead as blocking signal. And if people are wearing clothes coated in lead, I think it was like 1,000 times the amount that should be in clothing. Obviously, it shouldn't be in there at all. But I mean, is this being done on purpose? Because a lot of the clothing marketed is for like teenagers. It's all kind of like very 90s vibes, like sun and moon. So if you might be like buying clothes that are related to like zodiac and stuff, you might go to Shein because they're cheap and affordable. But this clothing's actually going to be blocking your light, and when your light is blocked, you're going to have serious issues. But sorry, yeah, side tangent there. Don't shop Shein.
How much lead did you say it had in it?
No, I could be wrong. I thought they used lead. I thought lead was a part of the graphene creation thing. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm mixing up my wires.
Hundreds of times higher than the legal limits in there.
Wow.
Including phthalates as well, which is it carcinogen or causes cancer or something? But yeah, that was in 2024. They found that clothing, Shein shoes and clothing had hundreds of times higher the legal limit of lead and phthalates. But yeah, Franklin, I don't think graphene is made from lead, but
No, it's not. Yeah, I was just looking into it. It's the lead of the pencil that seems like it's graphene. It's not actually lead. It's a misconception.
Ah.
Because when you're looking at your pencils, right? Isn't that graphite? So that's basically very similar to graphene. Yeah.
Yeah, you do get graphene LED bulbs, though, and I view LED as a bit of a lead energy because the LED lighting is actually very like detrimental. It's for us, for our light. But yeah, apparently you get graphene coated LED bulbs. So is some of this graphene coming off the LED lighting? Maybe.
So what they call pencil lead, you can make graphene out of pencil lead, but it's not lead. Or is it a mixture of lead and pencil? Interesting.
It used to be lead. Like aluminum foil used to be foil. Maybe.
Yeah, apparently it's not. I don't know. I don't know how much lead it contains.
Yeah.
But it's just really interesting, you know.
Dude.
And they say that graphene is 40 times stronger than a diamond.
Yeah.
That's quite strong, eh?
Very strong.
I mean, 40 times stronger than a diamond.
Carbon fiber, kind of.
That's like comparing yourself to somebody that can lift 40 times your body weight. It's like a huge difference. It's very interesting.
I hope they're not talking about like the carving strength or hardness of it.
44, 44, 44, or 444, 44.
Because diamond's a 10. You don't get higher than that.
Well, guys, it's been a great, great show. I think we've gotten towards sort of the end of the first part of the end of this discussion of the topic. I'd love for you guys to add last bits that you want to add to it. I always say this, like when we're getting to the last 15 minutes leading up to the 5-hour mark. So what do you think? What is there that we haven't covered? What are the closing thoughts, and what other ideas are there to put on the table?
I thought about how you could have too much free will, where if people are feeling pressured to make these decisions, it's not exactly considered free will. So if the creator were to make it be, then we were in a state of contentment. We didn't necessarily have to do anything, but we could do anything we wanted to. I think that would be a trick. We wouldn't really want to do anything. We wouldn't have to. I feel like we only do things because we really have to. Oh, you're on mute, Franklin.
I was saying it's interesting because we think about how entertainment makes us not want to do anything. Sit in front of the television and veg.
That's true.
Sit and play computer games and veg. Sit and listen to music and veg, you know?
Right.
So all that free time and free will becomes a sort of a cage.
Yeah. People will take as much free time as they want, I think. But if you go into retirement or maybe on disability, I think after a little while, you might get kind of tired of what you thought you really wanted, just sitting around on the couch all the time. Well, hopefully you come up with some hobbies or something to occupy your time instead.
That is so true. I looked after disabled people. I looked after the elderly. And that's one of the things that they say. They miss their lives. They miss working. They miss being busy. They miss having things to do. They say they start to get confused about what day it is and where they are and what's going on, because the brain doesn't have a reason to, and then they also say that if you want to stay young, stay busy.
That's it. Stay busy. It's I guess it's overrated, but sitting on the couch, your knowledge cracked up to be after a little while. Everybody needs a rest though. If you feel overworked, you gotta have that right balance. Don't get burned out. But no, if you can find joy in your passions and have some hobbies and maybe go see new sites, go on little hikes or walks, that can be very rewarding, as opposed to just kind of resting, being entertained. Has its advantages, but can't be all the time.
Look at the word retire. It's not bad enough to tire, but you have to retire. You get retired, right? You have to retire. Like, are you tired enough? No. You have to retire. You're gonna get tired again. The first time wasn't enough. How powerful these words are, these spells that we sort of bind ourselves with inadvertently, locking ourselves into a cycle of a form of cerebral sigil magic based upon words and alphabetical letters and constructions of thought. Keep us trapped. The classic one is to constantly be falling for the ploy of employment.
Yeah, if you split the word entertainment, you have enter and tain and ment. So tain is to hold, and then ment is mind. So you enter, so something enters the mind, it holds it. So it sort of gets you in a trance. People like seem to be like kind of glued to screens, like yeah, if it's watching something or on your phone, walking down the street. There's something in between us, like our vessel, and this like technology. I always visualize it as light going into the screen, and it kind of like grabs hold of us, like it kind of sucks us in. But yeah, just something to be wary of. And I've been really looking into the two archetypes of time recently. I think Chance has brought it up on his Innoverse podcast a few times as well. Of the two aspects or archetypes of time are the curious and the chronos. And I think now a lot of people view time as the chronos, or the old chron, or chronological, like linear. And I think time can move quite quickly on a single track. Whereas if you're curious, or like you have wonder, time will sort of move, it will move more slowly, or you'll be more in sync or in coherence with time, which is the amount of light emitted. So I think it's important to stay curious in this sort of age of everyone knowing or claiming to know everything, especially with AI and being able to check things. I think it's important to sort of have the wonder of a child still, to just stay curious. And also, I think I've heard the term mercurius before as well. I'm not sure how or where, but mercurius. So I think it relates to us sort of having curiosity, the spinning of the mercury, us getting energy from the ether, opposed to the chronos or old crone knowing everything, like you know. So yeah, I think I'll throw that. That's something I've been looking into recently, and I need to do more research on. But I'm very interested in how space and time work, and the mercury element of time opposed to the chronological.
Probably the mercurial mind being integrated into that phrase as well, like the mind of the one that wants to do a lot of research and find a lot of wisdom, and learn a lot of things, and explore and tinker.
Yeah. I was playing around in my head the other day about that eighth sphere, and it sounds a lot like 8 Sophia, like eating wisdom. And then I was like, oh, like Kronos was eating his children, but then he was also defeated by the Titans, or like Anu was defeated by Enlil and Enki. But that's something I've been really looking into. What I do is I kind of blend all these stories and myths, and I'm like, it all sounds like one story. But yeah, something I need to look into.
Yeah, do you
That's
guys
very
know
interesting.
if Sophia was killed off or defeated by Yaldabaoth? Yaldabaoth.
Was she?
Well, don't believe she was.
No. Okay.
Was she cast out of people's minds, like Lucifer, the light bringer, because the wisdom brings light?
No, she came back and tricked Yaldabaoth. She had the last laugh.
Oh,
She
good.
gave him the poison of his undoing, and in the process made humans to be above him, adding to his dilemma. She was like the psych, like, oh, you think you're clever, you made a creation, well, let me come and interfere, and your creation's more divine than you. How you like them apples, buddy? They're gonna be your boss one day, you'll be their bitch, kind of thing. And so he was like, freaked out by this whole notion. But you talk about Mercurius. So to cure an illness is mercurial because the caduceus is medicine. And Mercury, and I was talking about this earlier in the show about the 7 principles of Hermes and the principle of correspondence relating to the sphere of Mercury, relating to the color orange, the range of light or range. And so this correspondence is met in matter, reflected in matter as quantum entanglement. Things correspond to other things, things are entangled with other things. So the quantum entanglement field is what we're talking about here, right? Time seems to be linear, but it's actually quantum entangled. And so in the process of time being quantum entangled, it means you can move through time laterally, which means the past and the future are connected in weird ways. So Mercury is the key. The one is Saturn, which is the turning of things, right? Revolution. And the other one is Mercury, which is like how this thing turning is related to that thing turning and this thing turning, and that there's the secret network between all these things. Well, listen, guys, it's been a lovely, lovely discussion. We're getting towards the 5-hour mark. And I hope all you guys in the chat got what you came for. Hope you enjoyed the show. Sending you guys all so much love and blessings. And it was lovely to have Silas on the show and Cosmic on the show. I hope they are going to have a lovely rest of their days. Big love and big blessings to you guys. And shout out to Old Slick. I hope he's good. And to the Third Eye Edifice, for those of you that don't know, go and check out my recommended channels. You'll find there's some cool channels there. There's the Third Eye Edifice to check out. There's Slick Dissident to check out there. There's the Ronan channel. Let's not forget the Ronan. Yeah. Very cool channel. Ronan also has a lot of really interesting shows. So go check it out. There's a lot of really great content out there. You don't have to go with all the big known pushed by YouTube shows, right? The shows that are being like basically promoted by YouTube. Generally speaking, the more real truth that you're bringing into a conversation, the less the AI system managing YouTube wants you to be seen. Isn't that interesting? But if you are saying the same narrative that's in the same books that everybody else is saying, you get pushed. But when you're actually speaking from a perspective that's actually looking at things from a objective and subjective perspective, then the AI system the algorithms don't seem to work for you. So you'll find a lot of the people that are being shadow banned for a damn good reason. And I find that very interesting when you look at that. So go and take a look at the recommended channels. You'll find a lot of really smaller channels there. And check out Indy's channel. He's been doing a bit of research and going to catalog interesting places where he lives. Well, a roundabout, right? A bit of a roundabout zone. So you can go and see some interesting places that you can take a look at. And so there's evidence of ancient worlds potential all around. And Shinobi, you must get your channel going up and start telling people about the water in the UK. Get people to start thinking about that, because unless you like the taste of graphene, time to start thinking about water. Much love to you three brothers. It's been an honor having you on the show. Blessings.
Take care, guys.
Everybody, thank you all in the chat. Big love to you all. And keep smiling, keep shining, and may the weekend bring you joy. And may the next week just get better than the weeks before. Big blessings. Namaste.
Yeah, stay curious.
Om Shanti.
Bye, brothers.